everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Lord of the Mysteries, The Witch's Fate, Chapter 71 to 100, Chapter 71, A New Image 1588 words. Now that she had a place to stay, Ace should have moved on to the next step. Instead she slumped in the chair and found she didn't want to move. Not from exhaustion, more from a reluctance to face what came next. Biclund had a population of over 5 million, but Ace couldn't afford to be complacent about the deacon's specific warning. Better to err on the side of caution. There was no need to be paranoid about it, but the details that needed attending to couldn't be neglected. Keeping her distance from the upper class and the wealthy was only the most obvious step. To avoid that group of women with nothing in their heads but schemes to force men to drink the witch potion, the best strategy was simply to act like a normal woman. At minimum, she couldn't have too many obvious tells that would make people suspicious and talking. Otherwise, a passing witch might stumble across her one day, and she'd be in trouble all over again. So even if she intended to present herself as someone relatively indifferent to men, and not particularly vain about her appearance, even if a witch's beauty was innate, and her charm naturally hard to diminish, cosmetics, skincare products, and the other things ordinary women kept were still non-negotiable. She just needed to make it look like she'd applied them. Similarly, clothing, skirts, and jewelry, not necessarily a lot, and not necessarily expensive, but having none at all was too suspicious. The logic was sound. Ace understood that keeping up appearances was necessary to avoid unnecessary trouble. She just didn't feel like getting up and dealing with it. The thought of buying all those things, of having to learn things she'd never need, but which counted as common knowledge for women, it made her want to scream internally. How did that woman manage to go so thoroughly native? It had been over 2 weeks. She'd grown quite used to her body. But now that she'd regained her freedom, and been exposed to ordinary people for the first time today, Ace realized that truly adapting to a female identity was still going to take some effort, even if her status as an extraordinary meant she didn't have to worry about many of the things ordinary women face daily. After going back and forth on it, she decided to start with the practical necessities, and leave the impractical feminine purchases for last. The only thing motivating her to get up was the thought that her entire net worth was the £269, 6 sous, and 5 pence currently on her person. That finally got her off the chair and out the door. The extra few sous had mostly gone toward what Ace had assumed the watchers had forgotten, her prison meals. Since she planned to present herself openly as a female private detective, which suited the image of someone not particularly concerned with appearances, her clothing purchases differed from the average woman's: 2 deerstalker caps, 2 plaid thin coats, 3 shirts and waistcoats, 3 pairs of trousers, and 3 pairs of leather boots. She also picked up a pair of round-framed glasses with minimal prescription. She did remember to buy 2 skirts. Then, following recommendations from a women's fashion magazine, she purchased a basic set of cosmetics and skincare products. After swapping in a silver pocket watch, Ace tallied up what remained and found she'd already spent a full £34. A poor detective just arrived in the big city. What business does she have buying jewelry? She decided against it. Carrying her considerable haul back to the newly rented house, she felt not even a flicker of retail satisfaction. Looking at the 3 guest rooms in the spacious sitting room, and remembering there were 4 more bedrooms upstairs, the feeling of having spent a great deal of money entirely unnecessarily only grew stronger. She closed her eyes briefly, then marched upstairs. After dumping the pile of clothes on the bed in the room closest to the washroom, she went into the washroom to clear her head and try on the new things. Should I get a big wooden tub? Soaking in one would be wonderful. And with a witch's ice, there's no risk of it tipping over. The thought surfaced while she was bathing, and the more she entertained it, the more appealing it became. Where to put it was no problem either. This house had 3 washrooms. Thanks to the witch potion's gift of natural beauty, Ace felt less like she was washing herself and more like she was appreciating how soft her hair was and how smooth her skin had become. Less than half an hour later, she was back in the bedroom wrapped in a towel. She was tilting her head to dry her hair with a towel when she caught her own reflection, barefoot, one shoulder exposed. No appreciative thoughts arose on her own account, but years of prior experience gave her a perfectly good sense of how a man would see her right now. Recalling the greedy, possessive stares she'd felt on the street earlier that day, a small flicker of unease ran through her. She was quite certain there was no one else in the house, but that small unease was enough to make her dress quickly. A moment later, Ace looked in the mirror at herself in the brown-yellow deerstalker cap and matching plaid coat, and found herself unexpectedly thinking, I don't look bad in anything anymore, do I? The outfit was understated as daily workwear apart from the black boots and white shirt, the waistcoat and trousers were the same near-matching color, which made it slightly monotonous. But Ace's face and figure were at a level that could generously be called supermodel among ordinary people, so the overall impression was still quite presentable. The hair's too long for the hat. Next time I go out, get it cut short. She took off the deerstalker cap and glanced at her chest. Quietly, she fastened the coat's buttons up to the chest and made a private resolution to never undo them when going out. She put on the round-framed glasses. She didn't look worse for it, but Ace felt that if she held her expression still, she could probably come across as reasonably composed and sharp. The thing is, as a detective, I solve crimes through divination, examine bodies through necromancy, and consult the dead for testimonies. Sherlock Holmes would be appalled. Thinking through her entire toolkit, the instigator abilities useful mainly for drawing people out in conversation and negotiation, the rest either outright cheating or more suited to committing crimes than solving them, she couldn't quite suppress a smile. But then she looked at her own conspicuously tall frame, and felt a new concern settle in. No matter how she tried to disguise herself, she was far too noticeable. How was she supposed to move through the extraordinary community without being remembered? While Ace wasn't particularly worried about being recognized by other extraordinaries, she'd already made a face familiar to the church. The problem was if any of them happened to be a witch cult sympathizer. Annoying. Should I just give up on disguising it, cooperate with the church for a sting, and use bait? Or turn the conspicuousness into a tool, lean into it so hard that potential cult members don't even consider that I might be a witch? She was still turning it over while she tidied up the new clothes she'd left on the bed. After a prolonged reorganization, Ace found herself with nothing else to do. She stared at the cosmetics and finally sighed in resignation, picked up the women's magazine she'd bought specifically for this purpose, and began learning her way around a field completely foreign to her. An hour later, she stared at her reflection in an ice mirror and fell into deep self-doubt. I followed every step in the instructions. Why does my makeup look so stiff? Being slightly less attractive isn't a bad thing, but this looks completely unnatural. After several more attempts, Ace noticed that while her skill at applying makeup had made no progress, her skill at removing it was improving rapidly. Apparently the witch potion didn't see fit to give me any talent in this area. Having made her peace with reality, Ace face-planted into the soft bed, and refused to consider getting up. I'll take it one step at a time. This was never going to happen overnight. First, go buy some groceries and make myself something decent to eat as a reward. Then figure out finding a makeup tutor, at least get the witch's natural beauty covered up to some degree. She thought all of this while rolling contentedly back and forth across the bed. Author's note: this chapter there was no need to be paranoid about it, but the details that needed attending to couldn't be neglected. Keeping her distance from the upper class and the wealthy was only the most obvious step. To avoid that group of women with nothing in their heads but schemes to force men to drink the witch potion, the best strategy was simply to act like a normal woman. April 17, 906. With that height, normal isn't really an option, she's going to stand out no matter what. Chapter 72. Chapter 72, Ace gets taken advantage of. 1401 words. Nearly a week later, West District, Bicklund. If there was one district in Bicklund known for having the strictest order, it was the West District and the Queen's District to the northwest, the former home of the nobility, the latter a concentration of the city's wealthiest merchants. The wealthier residents tended toward the West District. Naturally, the industries that catered specifically to the upper class and wealthy clientele clustered there as well. Zoe Freya was one of them. 26 years old, with golden hair and blue eyes and a pleasantly pretty face, She had grown up watching her mother at work, and was now a skilled makeup artist in her own right, primarily serving women of moderate to upper-middle-class households. But though it was still well before noon, Freya had finished tidying up the shop early, and was getting ready to lock up, an expression of worry on her face. "Excuse me, closing already, ma'am." Freya had just locked the door when a clear, bright female voice sounded behind her. She'd heard someone pass a moment earlier, so she wasn't startled. She turned around ready to explain, and found herself taken aback by the speaker's height. Even in a poor mood, and accustomed to seeing many beautiful women, Freya couldn't help a flicker of genuine admiration. Lustrous, well-behaved hair. Features nearly without flaw. Smooth, clear skin. Any one of them was something women envied. The makeup's a bit unfortunate, though. Under other circumstances, Freya would have immediately launched into a professional consultation about technique. But with her current state of mind, she only explained. "Sorry, my cat has gone missing. I was just about to go look. If you're not in a hurry, you're welcome to come back this afternoon." "That's terrible news, ma'am. Let me introduce myself, I'm Ace Fowl, a private detective. I'd be very happy to help. What do you think?" Ace removed her deerstalker cap, revealing the short hair she'd just had cut a few days ago, held the cap to her chest, and gave a slight bow. "A detective." Freya couldn't help blurting it out. She'd already suspected something along those lines, given the practical but decidedly plain outfit, but the quality of Ace's skin had kept her from going there. Realizing she'd been impolite, Freya quickly covered her mouth and rushed to explain. "I'm sorry, Ms. I didn't mean to question your credibility, it's just that your skin is extraordinarily well maintained. I couldn't help being a little surprised." "You're not surprised by just the skin, are you?" Ace replaced the cap and pretended not to notice Freya's continued sideways glance at her chest. "No worries. Either way, having an extra person helping with a search always makes a difference, doesn't it? I haven't had any cases lately, which is honestly why I came to the West District for a wander." A second surprise was enough to bring Freya back to herself. Looking at this woman of roughly similar age, she didn't hesitate long before nodding gratefully. "Then I'll say thank you in advance, Detective Fowl. I'm Zoe Freya, how much should I pay you?" Ace shook her head. "Not at all, Ms. For something that relies on the Evernight Goddess's blessing, we can talk about payment if there are results. I can't make you any promises." Though the phrasing puzzled Freya slightly, she was too anxious to dwell on it. "Then please allow me to thank you properly afterward, Detective Fowl. My Hammond has golden eyes, blue short fur, and he's quite chubby. I tied a bell around his neck, so he should be easy to spot. But I haven't seen him for 3 days, he never used to do this." Freya's voice began to waver, but Ace wasn't fully listening. Because the previous afternoon, she had already spotted this woman as someone who fit what she was looking for. With the intention of building a friendly rapport, she'd slipped into the shop that evening, and using cat fur she'd found as a divination medium, attempted to locate Hammond. What she hadn't expected was to track him to over a kilometer away, and then discover that the normally sociable cat, apparently in a state of deep fright, refused to let Ace anywhere near him. As events had demonstrated, neither a witch's natural charm nor the instigator's captivation worked on cats. Not wanting to distress him further, Ace had settled on bringing his owner there today, and hoping that would calm Hammond down. Looking at Freya, who was on the verge of tears, Ace stepped over and gently patted her shoulder. "Try not to get too discouraged, Freya. Not finding him anywhere isn't good news, but it's not the worst news either. Maybe under the goddess's protection, Hammond will turn up right in front of us." She watched Freya nodding, sniffling, then added, "By the way, Freya, could Hammond have wandered very far?" Freya shook her head. "He hardly ever goes outside to begin with. He wouldn't go too far." Ace nodded. "Then let's start by splitting up and checking farther out, areas you haven't covered yet." After Freya gave her a rough area to focus on, the two set off separately. Half an hour later, Ace, returning from her assigned area with appropriately deflated posture, looked at the discouraged Freya, and said with careful hesitation, "Actually, on my way over here, about a kilometer away, I spotted a blue short-haired cat that was a bit dirty but didn't look as lean as a stray. No bell on its neck, though. Since we haven't found any trace of Hammond around here, we might as well check. I'd think the odds of someone else having a cat of the same color and breed missing at the same time are fairly low. Freya's head had dropped at the mention of no bell, but the last sentence gave her just enough hope to make up her mind. You're right. Let's go look. Maybe your coming here today is the goddess's guidance. Then let's go. Ace nodded and led Freya by carriage to the location where she had found Hammond the previous evening. After getting out and getting their bearings, the two set to searching. Why does being a detective always involve finding cats, and this one I brought on myself? Ace muttered inwardly as she quietly produced the cat fur, intending to wrap this up quickly. To her surprise, she had barely finished 3 repetitions of the divination phrase when a cat's cry sounded nearby. She turned, and there was Hammond, who had been hissing at her all last night, now calling out as he ran straight toward Freya. Thank the goddess, it really is you. Freya, who had been calling the cat's name, spun around at the sound. She hadn't dared hope too much, and promptly burst into tears, scooping up a fairly dirty Hammond without a second thought about the mess, and holding him close while she soothed the visibly distressed, meowing cat. Ace watched from nearby. When both cat and owner had calmed down, she patted Freya on the shoulder and held out a tissue. Freya didn't take it. She put Hammond down and immediately threw her arms around Ace instead, pressing her face to Ace's cheek repeatedly while saying thank you over and over. Ma'am, I suspect you're taking advantage of me. The hug kept tightening. Ace, resigned, patted her on the back, and quietly released a little of the ice holding things in place at her chest, to avoid any awkward contact with the enthusiastic Freya. I'm so sorry, truly, I was just a bit overwhelmed in the moment. Now I understand why you like rubbing your face on people. About 10 minutes later, back in the carriage, Ace watched Freya apologize for her behavior while simultaneously nuzzling Hammond, who was now renamed Harold, in Ace's head, and shook her head with a helpless smile. It's fine. I completely understand that kind of overwhelming relief. Author's note, this chapter the hug kept tightening. Ace, resigned, patted her on the back, and quietly released a little of the ice holding things in place at her chest, to avoid any awkward contact with the enthusiastic Freya. Shoulder sore, is it? Chapter 73, Enthusiastic Zoe and Pouty Ace. 1486 words. Zoe. Freya, visibly brimming with joy and relief the entire way, alternated between apologizing, expressing gratitude, and petting the cat without pause. By the time they arrived back at Zoe's shop, which was also her home, the two had moved from last names to first. Come in, come in. Today was all thanks to you, my brilliant detective. Zoe threw the door open and, seeing Ace strolling behind at a leisurely pace, immediately turned back and took hold of her left hand with her clean right. She pulled Ace into the shop while saying, "Don't be shy. I'm paying for your lunch and that's final." Ace, who had merely been walking slowly, steered to another topic. "I'm not going to argue. But Zoe, shouldn't you give Hammond a bath first? He can't be comfortable like this." Zoe let go of Ace once inside and set the cat down in front of a bowl of fresh food she'd prepared in advance, then shook her head. "Let him eat first. It's been 3 days." Once Hammond was clearly eating with enthusiasm, the last trace of worry finally left Zoe. She beamed and pulled Ace through the shop into the back room. "Ace, do you prefer coffee or black tea? Looks like this used to be a dining room. A bit small, though." Ace settled into a chair and looked around at the well-worn furniture and decor while answering, "Tea, please." After washing her hands, Zoe began brewing the tea and started expressing her gratitude again. "Truly, thank you, Ace. Since my mother passed, Hammond has been my only company. I can't bear to think what I'd have done if I'd lost him too." Listening to Zoe's words, relief and lingering fear mixed together, Ace smiled in return. "Then it sounds like finding you was the Evernight goddess's blessing, Zoe. Deciding to help was unquestionably the second best choice I've made." "Ace, I wondered about that earlier. You follow the Lord of Storms. You really don't seem the type. The Storm Church championed men as providers and women as homemakers, the direct opposite of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, which encouraged women's independence and equality. A woman who worked as a detective and followed the Lord of Storms would be quite unusual. Ace let out a deliberate sigh before answering, I understand the goddess's mercy. But choosing one's own faith freely isn't always easy. It's also part of why I decided to come to Beklund on my own. Seeing that Ace wasn't inclined to say more, Zoe didn't press. She set the freshly brewed Marquis black tea on the table and offered a quiet encouragement. I believe you, Ace. I'm certain you'll get what you're looking for in the end. You don't have to mean that quite so sincerely. Looking at the genuine warmth in Zoe's pretty face, Ace felt a faint twinge of guilt at her offhand remark, and shifted her gaze away with a small nod. Enough of that. Sit down, Ace, let me put together a proper meal to thank you. Zoe rolled up her sleeves and headed for the kitchen behind the room. The full commitment attitude alarmed Ace enough to call out after her, Zoe, I can't eat that much, don't go overboard. She'd been eating a fraction of her previous amount since becoming a witch. Don't worry, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Zoe's breezy reply did nothing to reassure Ace. On the pretext of being there to learn cooking, Ace inserted herself into the kitchen and started helping. Under persistent gentle intervention, she eventually steered Zoe into making just 2 dishes, and a soup before Zoe went to check on Hammond. What did surprise Ace was that Zoe, a native-born Ruinish person through and through, had made a large bowl of Fainport seafood rice and beef anradish soup, with Fainport Highland peppers on the side. Only the last item, fish and chips, was traditionally Ruinish. After eating for a while, watching Zoe, who had cleaned Hammond up and rejoined her at the table, Ace couldn't help asking. Have you spent time in the South, Zoe? I didn't expect to find Fainport-style cooking outside a restaurant. Zoe shook her head with a smile. It's just that my mother followed the Earth Mother Goddess rather than the Evernight Goddess. She had an influence on what I grew up eating. Since its founding, Ruin had recognized both the Evernight Goddess and the Lord of Storms as its central faiths, and the Steam Church had also held missionary rites in Ruin for a significant period. So while men who followed the Lord of Storms and women who followed the Evernight Goddess rarely married each other, families of different faiths weren't unusual in Ruin. Ace was more curious about something else. Is there an Earth Mother Goddess church in Beklund? Zoe nodded and said quietly, it's in the Southbridge district, just beside the West district. Though since they don't have the right to actively proselytize, not many people know about it. Ace noticed Zoe's expression dimming and quickly changed the subject. Zoe, thank you for all of this. Compared to the simpler Ruinish cooking, I really do prefer more complex flavors, and the variety that comes with them. Zoe nodded her agreement. This country really does put far too much thought into desserts. After chatting a while longer, Ace finally brought up what she'd come for. Zoe, I'd like to use makeup to make myself look a little plainer. Could you help me with that? I'm sorry. Zoe's immediate reaction was to wonder if her ears were malfunctioning. Ace explained calmly, I wasn't joking about being a detective, Zoe. But I also know how much I stand out right now. Before she'd gotten very far, Zoe cut in with undisguised disbelief, can't you just not wear makeup? Ace shook her head, just as Zoe expected, with an expression of pure innocence, but I'm barely wearing any now. Impossible. Even at your age, how can your skin have absolutely no blemishes? Zoe's beautiful blue eyes were completely unconvinced. That's just how it is. Looking at Ace blinking at her with total guilelessness, Zoe gave up on eating entirely and seized her hand, come with me. Let me see your bare face. Anyway, I've been bothered by your makeup this whole time. I'll redo it properly for you after. But we haven't finished eating. It can wait. You're the one who started talking about things that put me off my food. Zoe's footsteps were heavy enough going through the house that she woke Hammond, who had been napping. Once inside the shop, Zoe deposited Ace into the soft chair without ceremony. With no chance to argue, Ace meekly allowed her to remove the makeup first. A short while later, looking at Ace's face, slightly flushed with moisture, more appealing than ever, Zoe immediately threw the towel directly onto her face, and then scrubbed vigorously at this infuriatingly enviable complexion through the cloth. She kept at it until Ace made muffled noises of protest before finally letting up. Then she switched to persuasion. Can't you change careers? With a face and skin like yours, being a detective is a waste. So it really has to come to this, does it? Looking at Zoe's pained expression, Ace, knowing perfectly well how unusual her appearance was, steeled herself, closed her eyes, and threw her arms around Zoe's hands in a shameless bid for sympathy. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to be this way either, Zoe. But I've never had any sense of beauty or ugliness, and I have zero talent for anything artistic. If I hadn't happened to look reasonably decent, I don't know how many times I'd have been beaten up. But I really don't want to just marry some unpleasant storm worshipper and become a decorative object. I've truly run out of options, Zoe. So please help me, will you? As she spoke, memories of everything that had happened to her surfaced, and her sense of grievance somehow grew as she went. Though Ace hadn't actually explained anything coherently, Zoe had watched her be steady, composed, and considerate from the moment they met, and now seeing her like this was simply too much. She drew Ace's head into her arms without hesitation and said, "Don't worry. I never said I wouldn't help. Author's note, this chapter, it's just that in the Southbridge district, just beside the West district. Though since they don't have the right to actively proselytize, not many people know about it. Actually there should be one by now. The Earth Mother Goddess Church was allowed to have M0 set up an extraordinary unit alongside their missionary work." Chapter 74, Chapter 74, Friendship Between Women. 1501 words. Pity I can't feel even slightly happy about this right now. Ace wrapped her arms around Zoe Freya's soft waist and asked quietly, "One more thing, Zoe, could you keep our friendship between us for now? My height, as you've noticed, makes me hard to miss. But even if it only reduces a fraction of the complications, I'd be grateful." "Of course, Hammond owes you everything, so whatever you say goes," Zoe answered just as quietly. "Believers in the goddess really are the best." Ace immediately brightened. She took hold of Zoe's right hand and headed back toward the food. "Then let's finish eating. I'll fill you in properly over lunch." Zoe rubbed her face with her free hand and asked with some concern, "But Ace, what do you do if you end up in danger during a case?" "Ha, a detective isn't a boxer. If I can't fight, I can run. My speed and reaction time are both good, and I've specifically practiced the right techniques. It'd be very hard for even 3 or 4 men to get hold of me. Don't let detective novels mislead you either. The kind of murder case that screams danger from a mile away, I'd absolutely never take. Though honestly, nobody would give those to me anyway." The two returned to the table in the back room. While eating, Ace shared a selection of the big idiot's more academically disastrous memories with Zoe. It wasn't exactly lying, Ace simply left out the fact that she'd been male at the time. Also omitted, the big idiot's gambling history, and how he'd been thrown out of his family home. As for why she'd come to Beclund, Ace attributed it to the influence of Church of the Evernight Goddess followers she'd encountered. By the time they'd nearly finished, Zoe had no remaining questions about why Ace had chosen detective work. "So Zoe, is it possible to use makeup to make my skin look more ordinary? A few common freckles would be even better." Ace smiled as she slid the last piece of beef across to Zoe. Zoe caught it with her mouth, chewing as she nodded and answered indistinctly, "No problem. Even with poor technique, getting that effect isn't hard, it's just a matter of making it look natural. Same with freckles, getting skin to look smooth and luminous is a lot of work, the reverse is easy. Just don't remove the makeup." She swallowed and laughed. "Though ideally you wouldn't go that route. I've never done it before, so I don't have the right tools yet. Give me a little time to get them ready." The moment she heard this, Ace slid behind Zoe and began massaging her shoulders, a gesture of goodwill, even if she had no real technique for it. "And don't worry about my income, I didn't absorb much academically during my university years, but I saved a reasonable amount. Hearing this, Zoe turned the thought over with a certain gleam in her eye and said slowly. Actually, Ace, why don't you just stay here for now? I'm sorry. Now it was Ace's turn to be surprised. Think about it, you said you don't want too many people recognizing your current appearance for the time being. But I can't afford to be away from the shop during the day without raising suspicion, so I can only teach you makeup techniques in the evenings. And if you keep coming to find me, people will notice. It would be less conspicuous if you just stayed here. The more Zoe thought about it, the more convinced she was by her own reasoning. She nudged Ace lightly and turning toward the kitchen with the dishes, continued, "What's the problem? You're alone in Bicklund, Ace, and you haven't started working yet. Wouldn't staying here be more convenient for now?" That does make sense, but isn't this moving a bit fast for two people who just met today? Something felt slightly off to Ace. She picked up the remaining dishes and followed Zoe into the kitchen, but we only just met today. Once Ace had set down the dishes, Zoe took her by the arm and turned on the charm. "What does that matter? Just think of it as keeping me company, Ace. It's been 2 years since my mother passed, it's just been me and Hammond. I really do get lonely. Oh please. The charming approach is completely ineffective on me right now." Ace remained unmoved. "What about your other friends? Over the past 2 years they've all gotten married one by one. I can hardly impose on them forever." Zoe looked at Ace with expectant eyes. "I'm not actually comfortable living with other people." But unable to think of a suitable reason to decline, while looking at those earnest eyes, Ace finally nodded. "All right, then. I'll think of it as staying at a friend's place for a few days. And I'm the one asking something of her, so what choice do I have?" Feeling once again that she'd been outmaneuvered, Ace watched Zoe begin washing the dishes with visible cheerfulness and said nothing. That evening, after they'd made and eaten dinner together, Ace had been planning to go upstairs to the sitting room to spend some time with Hammond, who had warmed up to her considerably over the afternoon, when Zoe took her hand and pulled her straight into her own bedroom. "Zoe, what are you being so secretive about? If we weren't both women, I'd be thinking something very different right now." Ace took in the decidedly feminine room with a slightly complicated internal reaction. The previous version of herself would never have imagined entering another woman's bedroom as a close friend. Zoe pulled her toward the dressing table and answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world, "Getting your makeup properly done, obviously. I can't tell you how distressing it was to look at what you had on this morning. I absolutely must teach you what real makeup looks like. You just have an itch in your fingers." Not that Ace had any objection to having an experienced person guide her, it would certainly be better than studying a magazine alone. So she said nothing, just watched Zoe apply things to her face, and used the gaps between steps to ask about the problems she'd run into on her own. When it was done, Ace looked at herself in the mirror, noticeably more striking than usual, and found herself genuinely impressed. Zoe, meanwhile, surveyed Ace's plain, monotone outfit and still wasn't satisfied. She had nothing in her wardrobe that would fit someone this disproportionately tall, however, so she left it at that. The two spent the rest of the evening petting the cat, eating snacks and chatting until late. After they'd both bathed, Zoe looked at Ace, wearing the longest nightgown she owned, which still only reached the knee, and couldn't resist leaning in, pressing her chin on Ace's shoulder, and making a thoroughly appreciative sound. "Ace, how do you have a figure this good? Your legs are so long." Ace was scratching Hammond's still damp golden fur with one hand when she asked, genuinely puzzled. "By the way, Zoe, where am I sleeping tonight?" "With me, of course." "Come on, Ace, help me dry my hair first, I'll show you how to do a nice hairstyle at the same time." Zoe shoved the towel into Ace's hands and pulled her back into the bedroom. "Is this normal? Could this be the witch potion at work?" Despite all her private questions, Ace had no point of reference for how women among themselves actually behaved, and Zoe's manner was so matter-of-fact that she couldn't bring herself to ask. Once the hair was dry, the two newly acquainted people lay down in the same bed. Then Zoe leaned close to Ace's ear and asked in a conspiratorial whisper, "Hey, Ace, what kind of men do you like?" Ace pushed her back a little. "Zoe, don't get so close, your hair is tickling me. As for what I like in a person, I genuinely haven't thought about it." Before she could finish, Zoe tossed her head and draped her entire waterfall of golden hair directly over Ace's face, then leaned in again. Ace had been fairly unconcerned, until she registered a certain restless hand. "What are you doing?" "Just helping you desensitize, obviously. And honestly, the thought of this figure going to some men is already making me uneasy. Let me have a feel first." Author's note, this chapter pity I can't feel even slightly happy about this right now. Ace wrapped her arms around Zoe Freya's soft waist and asked quietly, "What kind of friendship is this, a lip friendship?" Chapter 75, An Unspoken Commission 1491 words. The next morning, Ace woke early. She had rarely shared a bed with anyone since childhood, and sleeping in close quarters had always made her a light sleeper. She glanced at Zoe Freya, who was sound asleep with her arms around her, and shook her head with a quiet sigh. Is this normal? In fairness, all Zoe had done last night was run her hands over the upper half of Ace's body for a while before they both settled down. Whether that was the witch's charm at work or simply Zoe being at the age where she needed that kind of closeness, Ace genuinely couldn't say. "I just wanted to find myself a makeup tutor, and somehow I ended up sharing a bed with a best friend overnight." Ace thought about the conversation they'd had, which had somehow gone on all evening. She'd even picked up a fair amount of gossip about Zoe's friends. When had she become so interested in other people's personal business? Since the sun probably hadn't risen yet, Ace suppressed the urge to poke Zoe's cheek, because it really was very tempting when the woman was lying this close, sleeping this soundly, and lay quietly with her eyes closed. After a while, she took stock. Aside from helping Zoe with household chores, she had nothing particularly pressing to attend to right now. The Moan events were only half a month behind her. Better to keep a lower profile and hold off on playing the role of witch for a while longer. The church was still cracking down, but she should never try to predict what fanatics were thinking by the standards of normal people. As for casting materials, whether for spells or for making a proper wand, those could only be sourced through the extraordinary community. But she should wait until she had properly aged her disguise before making contact there. It wasn't foolproof, but it was better than nothing. What if the witch cult's devoted followers were too blinded by fantasy to consider the possibility that some witches deliberately made themselves look plain? Then there was Russell the Great's diary, though that circulated almost exclusively within extraordinary circles too. Ace thought it over for a while and eventually decided to continue being a productive layabout and sleep a little longer. But that plan resulted in her still being asleep when Zoe came in carrying breakfast. "You lazybones. Get up and eat," Zoe called loudly into her ear. This achieved only a roll to the other side and a closed-eyes reply. "I want to lie here a bit longer." "Just leave it on the nightstand." Zoe had actually woken her once already when getting up, but since she'd left quietly and the only transgression had been a sneaky poke at Ace's cheek, Ace had magnanimously let it go. "What kind of great detective sleeps in?" Zoe tried to pull her upright. Ace didn't move and argued back shamelessly, "But I don't have anything to do yet." "So, Zoe, don't forget what you promised me. Otherwise I'll have nothing better to do than lie here and help with the housework. Eat breakfast first, Ace." "Like this, are you planning to do housework from bed?" "Before noon I can." Before Ace could finish, Zoe, out of patience, slapped her palm directly onto Ace's chest. This had an immediate effect. Ace sat up at once. She was just about to complain when a piece of bacon was stuffed into her mouth. Zoe handed her the plate, took the opportunity to pat Ace on the head, and made a quick exit, leaving only her retreating back. Ace registered a minor internal protest and made a note to ambush her back later at noon, then focused on the fried egg and bacon. The next few days, Ace turned down Zoe's suggestions to buy her some clothes or go back for clean laundry, and simply stayed in her nightgown in the manner of a dedicated homebody. Other than cooking and washing up with Zoe, she practically never came downstairs. If it hadn't felt too much like being kept, she wouldn't have come down at all. Days were spent in the second-floor sitting room reading novels, tormenting Hammond, or sleeping in bed. Every evening, before Zoe came up, she'd tidy the room, and then sit with Zoe to refine her makeup technique, making sure she could eventually achieve the deliberately plain look with Zoe's specialty products on her own. April 1st, Ace was enjoying her meal when she noticed Zoe beside her looking like she wanted to say something and couldn't quite start. With her hands occupied, she nudged Zoe with her foot and asked with her mouth full, "Zoe, are you in some kind of trouble?" Zoe glanced at Ace, seated with her typical complete disregard for presentation, hesitated a moment, then spoke, "It's not that, exactly. You did say to keep an eye out for potential clients, didn't you? Yesterday or the day before, I heard something fairly strange from Mrs. Someone in the West District has been looking for a capable detective for help, but without specifying what they actually want. Several detectives apparently tried to take on this reasonably paying commission, and were each turned down with a polite, not quite the right fit, but no explanation of why. A condition linked to the supernatural, too awkward to spell out clearly." Ace kept eating while saying, "Sounds like a commission you'd need to get lucky to crack. Paulina, share any more specific details about the client, Zoe?" She mentioned the family used to follow the god of steam and machinery, but after the war they converted to the goddess rather than return to Intis. In that case, they'd have a genuine reason to avoid going to the church about it. Having made up her mind to go and investigate for the Church of the Evernight Goddess's benefit, Ace turned to Zoe. "Could I trouble you to pass on the word, Zoe? I'd like to try my luck." "Don't you think it sounds like a trap, Ace? That's what made me hesitate about telling you." Zoe looked at her with clear disapproval. "As long as you're not greedy, a trap stops being a problem. And besides, haven't you been telling me I have no sense of presentation? This is a good excuse to get dressed and go out." In fact, Zoe had already completed the specialty makeup products the previous day. Ace was still a little clumsy at applying the freckles so they looked natural, but that was a matter of practice. Even if Ace in her nightgown was still perfectly presentable, Zoe had never been able to stand watching Ace go through life completely indifferent to her own appearance. So she agreed readily, "You have a point. Just be careful out there, Ace." And so, after finishing lunch, Ace, skin no longer quite so luminous, face now lightly freckled, put on her brown-yellow plaid coat, and matching deerstalker cap again, and followed the rough direction Zoe had given toward what might be her first official case as a detective. West District. Near Green Park. After asking a number of helpful passers-by, and earning a fair number of surprised looks along the way, Ace found the address of her potential client, the Femi family. After observing for a while and confirming that the woman of the house gave off nothing resembling the witch's presence, and running a divination to be sure, Ace finally knocked on the Femi family's door. The door was opened by a maidservant wearing an expression of careful wariness. Before she could speak, Ace said, "Hello, my name is Ace Fowl. I'm a detective. I heard you might need someone's help." The maidservant hadn't yet replied when the mistress of the house called down immediately from the second floor. "Yes, Detective Fowl. Please wait a moment, I'll come down right away." At that moment, Ace's acute witch hearing caught a faint and unusual sound, a young male voice repeating quietly to himself, "The detective downstairs will be of real use to us. A divination capable extraordinary, this probably isn't a setup." Having heard 7 repetitions followed by silence, Ace recognized exactly what that was. Femi's approaching footsteps followed, accompanied by a voice noticeably warmer than before. "Please come in, Detective Fowl. We've been hoping for your help. I wonder if you'd be startled to learn I'm a Church of the Evernight Goddess informant." Ace thought as she replied, "The pleasure is mine, ma'am." Author's note, this chapter, since the sun probably hadn't risen yet, Ace suppressed the urge to poke Zoe's cheek, because it really was very tempting when the woman was lying this close, sleeping this soundly. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, The Femi Family's Trouble. 1421 words at the mistress of the house's word, the maidservant stepped aside and gestured for Ace to enter. Stepping through the door, Ace was greeted by a brown-haired, blue-eyed woman of middle age. She was dressed lightly but far from shabbily, nothing like the typical ruinish housewife's style. Though the sight of Ace clearly surprised her, she hid it smoothly and welcomed her with a warm smile. "A pleasure to meet you, Detective Fowl. I'm Mia Dalton. My husband, Snep Femi, is the owner of this house. For the people of this world, whether a married couple shared the husband's or wife's surname depended on their faith. Storm Church followers naturally took the husband's name, as did adherents of the war god, whose views on gender roles were similar. In the South, Fainport people who worshipped the Earth Mother Goddess, placing great importance on fertility and the cycle of life, would take the wife's name instead. The remaining 4 churches took a more practical approach. Whether to share a surname came down to whether it would affect one's career. Most people still considered sharing a name a kind of commitment, a symbol of closeness between spouses. Only the Evernight Goddess's faithful tended not to see it that way. In fact, the Church of the Evernight Goddess's openness about names extended well beyond married couples. Zoe Freya was a perfect example. Though Zoe followed her father's faith in the Evernight Goddess, she was likely to inherit her mother's trade and provide makeup services to others. So while her father was still living, the two of them had decided she would take her mother's surname. "A pleasure to meet you as well, Mrs." Ace removed her deerstalker cap and gave a small bow. When visiting a family rather than specifically a woman, addressing the wife by either her own surname or her husband's was acceptable. Dalton's expression only softened further as she led Ace toward the sitting room sofa. "Please sit, Detective Fowl. If only all detectives were as well-mannered as you. The sitting room isn't actually much larger than my own, just more things in it, and at least 5 servants." Ace took a quiet mental note of this and said nothing about the furnishings that could have covered years of her own rent. After asking Ace's preference, the mistress sent the maid to brew tea. Glancing once more at an oil painting of a steam locomotive on the sitting room wall, Ace got straight to the point without any pleasantries. "Dalton, could you describe specifically what trouble you've been having? I only know that you've been looking for a capable detective, and wanted to see whether I could help." The woman looked mildly embarrassed as she explained, "Actually, we'd welcome anyone capable of helping us, it's just that the ones who came forward on their own were all detectives. As for the specific problem, it sounds a bit like a haunting. This house has been experiencing strange occurrences at night for some time. Unusual sounds, shadows that seem to move and writhe on their own, objects relocating by themselves. We've sought help from the church, but it hasn't held. The anomalies return after a while, and in recent occurrences they've escalated to actually affecting and threatening people. Which is why we've had to seek help from others." Since the other party had already performed a divination, Ace dropped the pretense of being an ordinary person. Even with the anomalies starting to threaten people, the church couldn't do anything lasting. Seeing Ace's composure, Mrs. Dalton was relieved enough to speak frankly. "That's right, Detective Fowl. Before the war ended 2 years ago, our family was still among the followers of the god of steam and machinery. Now, however..." She trailed off with a sigh. "Mostly because you can't tell the church about the supernatural element involved, your family's own hands aren't entirely clean, after all." Ace had no intention of revealing her own abilities just yet, so she asked as though genuinely puzzled. "I see, that would explain why you turned away the detectives who came to you. So how do you know I'd have what it takes to handle this anomaly?" Dalton smiled and answered directly, "Because I've been able to confirm that you can bring a favorable change to our situation. That's also why we've only dismissed and compensated the servants who were injured, dared to stay here ourselves, and haven't been too frightened. Quite wealthy, then 5 servants, and that's not enough." Ace accepted the cup of marquee tea from the returning maidservant and continued, "Dalton, do you believe these disturbances are connected to something you've done, or purely coincidental?" After dismissing the maid, Mrs. Dalton shook her head, and waited until the maid was gone before continuing, "I'm not certain. My husband and I both work with machinery, and our son rarely leaves the house due to his vision. We don't have any deep enemies as far as I know. After the war ended, we've kept a very low profile. I even gave up my job to stay home and care for our son." And I haven't heard of anyone in a similar situation having this kind of problem. But calling it coincidence seems too convenient. Quite a clear head. Ace nodded and asked. And the reason you don't dare tell the church, could anyone else know about that? I don't think so. Dalton paused, then added with some resignation, after all, even we ourselves can't guarantee we wouldn't eventually confess to the church. If we truly had no other option, we'd have to set our hesitation aside. Keeping a realistic grasp of things. Ace noted this approvingly, then asked, since the anomaly appeared, Mrs. Dalton, have you encountered any strangers who struck you as unusual? The only thing that's surprised me so far, Detective Fowl, is your height. Dalton thought it over carefully and shook her head. The situation isn't particularly complicated. The one unknown is what the anomaly is actually after. As a Church of the Evernight Goddess informant, Ace didn't hesitate. Unless this might involve the witch cult, there was nothing to hesitate about. If things got out of hand, she could always call in the Watchers. She had backup now. And reporting supernatural-related matters to the church earned her credit toward exchanging for the Pleasure Witch's supernatural traits. I have a general picture now, Mrs. I'll take the commission, though I can't promise I'll be able to resolve it. I am, after all, only a detective. Faced with Ace's measured response, Mrs. Dalton was understanding rather than disappointed. Of course, Detective Fowl. Whatever the outcome, our family is very grateful for your help. As for the payment, I'll give you £50 now as a retainer. We'll also provide a room and meals. And if you identify or resolve the anomaly, we'd be very happy to offer compensation reflecting the effort involved. What kind of deep pockets, and living near Green Park is apparently them being discreet. Ace was somewhat taken aback by Mrs. Dalton's generosity, but kept her composure. I'm grateful for your generosity, Mrs. I'll also need to speak with everyone else. Sometimes the most overlooked detail leads somewhere unexpected. Dalton naturally had no objection. Since Ace had no fear of them reneging on payment, neither party brought up a contract. After a perfunctory round of questions to the 5 servants, Ace confirmed that the young man with the divination ability was almost certainly the son. So after receiving the £50 advance from Mrs. Dalton, she went directly upstairs and knocked on the door of this extraordinary's room, intending to learn what she could from someone who actually understood what was happening. Dalton was forthright, but that didn't mean she had the whole picture. As an ordinary person, her understanding of phenomena this clearly tied to supernatural forces might not be entirely accurate. Hello, I'm Ace Fowl. I imagine I don't need to explain further. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Her clear voice filtered through the door, and she waited for the extraordinary on the other side to respond. Author's note, this chapter, very pleased to meet you, Detective Fowl. I'm Mia Dalton. My husband, Snep Femi, is the owner of this house. Chapter 77, The Guileless Leal Femi 1307 words. A brief silence followed. Then a mild, youthful male voice came through the door, please come in, Detective Fowl, if you feel it's necessary. Ace pushed the door open to find a comparatively sparse bedroom. No excess furniture. The corners of the table and chairs had been carefully padded. A young man of about 20, blonde and typically ruinish in build, sat by the window in a leather armchair facing her direction. His eyes were closed. Other than that, nothing about him was unusual. He was dressed casually, a white shirt and loose, comfortable trousers rather than any formal wear. He's quite pale. Clearly doesn't go outside much. Ace pulled the door closed behind her and offered a greeting, sorry to intrude. Not at all, Detective Fowl. My name is Leal Femi, pleased to meet you. Leal smiled with his introduction. Ace sat down on the other end of the sofa and looked at him directly. Then I'll ask you plainly, as an extraordinary, Mr. Femi, is there anything you'd like to add about the trouble your family has been facing? Leal raised his chin in mild surprise. He was quiet for a moment before asking, Detective Fowl, how did you determine I was an extraordinary? He really is at university age, isn't he so guileless? Ace smiled, because choosing not to ask the church for help in a situation like this doesn't quite add up otherwise. But if you genuinely had a reason the church couldn't help with, you'd have left ruin already. So whatever's keeping you from seeking the church's help must have arisen in the last year or two since you've been settled here. And what explanation fits better than you becoming an extraordinary in that period? Given that your family genuinely wants to live quietly. Leal frowned slightly, clearly not fully convinced. Seeing this, the smile in Ace's voice became more evident. Of course, Mr. Femi, the fact that you didn't deny my reasoning is what let me confirm it. At this, Leal finally caught on. So, Detective Fowl, what you stated with such confidence was actually a bluff to draw me out. Simple children are the most fun to tease. Ace first nodded with a grin. Then, looking at Leal's perpetually closed eyes, she added, and once that was established, your parents' reason for supporting your choice to become an extraordinary becomes fairly obvious too. Leal let out a resigned sigh and spoke with a conciliatory air. Your deduction is entirely correct, Detective Fowl. I apologize, I shouldn't have let your voice make me underestimate you as a detective. Please don't read too much into this, dear. Ace had noticed the shift in address. She understood what Leal meant. Though she wouldn't have caught that detail without the instigator potion's enhancement, she'd never been someone who paid close attention to how people addressed her. I was just looking for a reason to have this conversation openly. She shook her head and steered back on course. You've misread the situation, mister. I only want to understand your problem as fully as possible, nothing more. I'm not an official extraordinary myself. I don't view unaffiliated extraordinaries differently. Leal, realizing he'd overthought things, muttered a slightly embarrassed admission, then said while recalling. There isn't much I can add, honestly. I can confirm that what's causing the anomalies is detectable by my aura vision and intuition. They have no physical form, they vanish in an instant like ghosts, so there's nothing I can do against them. Non-human entities that only recently escalated to injuring servants. The probability of them being controlled is high. So, before the anomalies first appeared, did anything unusual happen in your family? Those days, only my father attended a gathering of extraordinaries in the West District. But due to the materials involved, that kind of gathering wasn't anything new for him. And after the anomalies appeared, did anyone who seemed strange approach you on their own initiative? Only a few people claiming to be detectives. But I confirmed through divination that they all seemed to be ordinary people. That's not necessarily true. Ace wasn't convinced by Leal's conclusion. As someone with access to guidance from the church, she knew that divination couldn't directly confirm whether a person was an extraordinary. Indirect confirmation wasn't reliable either, even if you divined that someone couldn't help you with something clearly involving supernatural power, that might be because they'd be harmful to you rather than because they were ordinary. But having no desire to reveal that she also understood divination, Ace simply pointed out, that's not certain. If divination could reliably identify extraordinaries, there'd be no such thing as unaffiliated extraordinaries. After a pause, Leal clearly grasped the implication. I was oversimplifying things. Thank you for the lesson, Detective Fowl. Not actually slow. Ace gave a quietly approving nod, and then stopped speaking, because Mrs. Mia Dalton's footsteps were just outside the bedroom door. Knock knock knock. Leal, same as usual for afternoon tea. Dalton's voice followed. Mum, the door's unlocked, just come in. A trace of exasperation in Leal's voice. Dalton pushed the door open, smiled, and extended an invitation to Ace. Detective Fowl, would you care to join us for afternoon tea? Dalton's skin is remarkably well preserved for someone with a son his age. The observation arrived belatedly as Ace looked at her, definitely didn't look 40. It would be my pleasure, Mrs. Not Too Sweet, if you don't mind. Mum, I'd like to try something lemon-flavored this time. After noting both requests, Mrs. Dalton didn't linger. Then I won't interrupt your conversation with Detective Fowl any further, Leal. If you need anything, Detective Fowl, just let the servants know. I'll go and prepare the tea. She left directly. Leal, who had seemed about to say something, let it go with a sigh and said quietly to Ace, "She's always like this. Rather than talk, she prefers to do something practical, even things she doesn't need to do herself. Perhaps Mrs. Dalton is simply more comfortable with machines than with people." Understanding that well enough, Ace shifted the question. "Though from what you've said, she usually interacts with you the same way. If I get too clingy, she doesn't quite know how to handle me." Leal paused, then added, "Actually, until the war ended, the time both my mother and father spent with me combined was less than the time my Aunt Layla spent with me. I think my mother has felt guilty about that ever since she gave up working. But she doesn't seem to believe me when I say I hold no resentment about it. Fairly consistent with the stereotypes I've heard about STEAM church followers." Ace offered gently, "It sounds like Mrs. Dalton cares about you very much, she just doesn't always know how to show it." Leal nodded with genuine feeling. "I've always felt like I was the one causing inconvenience, but my parents have never once treated me as a burden. I'm grateful that there are wondrous forces in this world that kept me from being entirely dependent on them." Ace hadn't actually intended to ask about Leal's supernatural abilities, but since he'd brought it up himself, she asked in passing, "So the potion you drank can compensate for your deficit in eyesight?" What Ace hadn't expected was that Leal not only answered, but answered in considerable detail, "The potion I drank is called Seer. For me, the most useful ability is the Eye of Secrets." Author's note, this chapter, yes. The potion I drank is called Seer. For me, the most useful ability is the Eye of Secrets. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, The Seer's Dangers and uses 1360 words. Leal Femi described the Eye of Secrets in broad terms. Compared to most ordinary extraordinaries of the same sequence, the Eye of Secrets lets me see more things, and that naturally includes what ordinary people can see. So you actually have a third eye. It just isn't open right now. Ace leaned against the sofa, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. Leal shook his head. "No, the Eye of Secrets simply makes a seer's two existing eyes unusual. Of course, personal experience has already proven one thing: damaged eyes have no negative effect on the Eye of Secrets whatsoever. I can still see what falls within normal range of vision through the Eye of Secrets. The images seem to be printed directly into my mind." Oh, Ace immediately sat upright and turned to look at him. "So you've been able to see me this whole time?" Leal nodded and added, "More than that, I can also tell, Detective Fowl, that your true appearance is certainly different from what you look like right now. Although I can't directly see what your original appearance is. So the Eye of Secrets isn't powerful enough to see that I used to be a man." Ace, who had intended to later use divination to confirm whether Leal was lying, kept her composure. She was mainly grateful she hadn't done anything strange before this. "But do you think it's worth it? The potion's influence can't be pleasant, and the seer's unique knowledge pursuit can't be either." Ace asked. As a Church of the Evernight Goddess informant, her knowledge of the various cults and hidden organizations was somewhat broader than that of an average unaffiliated extraordinary. The Church had given her rough descriptions of various cult extraordinaries' characteristics, specifically to prevent Ace from encountering cult members without recognizing them. One of those fallen organizations, the Mosaic Order, happened to have the Seer as the Sequence 9 potion in its pathway. Ace didn't know the specifics of what the Mosaic Order had done wrong, only that the Order believed all things were composed of numbers and that knowledge was supreme. They worshipped numbers and knowledge itself as a deity, naming this entity the Hidden Sage. Strangely, this deity seemed to actually exist, and was particularly inclined to pour vast, irresistible quantities of knowledge into extraordinaries of the seer pathway. Those who couldn't withstand it lost control or died. This phenomenon was known as the knowledge pursuit. Adding to this, seers were prone to seeing things they shouldn't see, hearing whispers they shouldn't hear, perceiving the unknown entities hidden behind the surface of the world, and then dying mysteriously. Ace considered this pathway considerably more dangerous than the witches, though she couldn't be certain whether this was the reason the Mosaic Order was classified as an evil organization. After a few seconds of silence, Leal answered with conviction. "It's very painful, but it's worth it. At least for me." I was born blind. Without the knowledge that pursues me, I'd have no way of even interpreting what I see through the eye of secrets. His voice gradually filled with excitement and wonder. Can you understand what that means, Detective Fowl? Even the most ordinary and commonplace knowledge is incomparably precious to me. Because the words I've learned are no longer abstract concepts, I can finally connect them to something clear and concrete. Blind from birth. Ace exhaled softly and said with quiet warmth, I can only try to imagine that situation, but I understand your choice. Do you know how to manage the dangers the potion brings? Leal nodded. You don't need to worry about that, Detective Fowl. My father actually had the opportunity to become an extraordinary once, but he chose to remain ordinary. The seer's formula came from a close friend of his, and that person also passed along some advice in a letter. After fully understanding the risks, my father waited until I came of age before telling me this option existed, and left the choice to me. Leal's father must be remarkable, no wonder they're so well off. Ace found herself somewhat envious. No wonder you've never resented your parents. They really did everything they could for you. She paused, then added with emphasis, with that said, I won't belabor the point, but one thing I must stress, even if the knowledge being poured into your mind includes a method to restore your sight, you must absolutely never attempt it. That knowledge comes from an evil god, and heeding an evil god's temptation is a fast road to losing control. The Church of the Evernight Goddess had repeated this warning to Ace as well. As for Leal, as long as he had no connection to the Mose ascetic order itself, she wasn't necessarily obligated to report him. Because seers were still only sequence 9, not especially dangerous. And a seer relentlessly pursued by knowledge had a comprehensive foundational grasp of various occult fields, and knew a fair number of ritual magic arts. Among low-sequence extraordinaries, they were quite useful as support. Even among watchers, some chose to become seers. The bespectacled young man who had conducted the ritual in Moan City was one. Though Leal had heard similar words from his father, he still said to Ace seriously, Thank you for the reminder, Detective Fowl. Please be assured, even just for my mother and father's sake, I wouldn't attempt any dangerous knowledge of unknown reliability. Then Leal seemed puzzled. Still, Detective Fowl, you're clearly young, yet you always give me the impression of a seasoned extraordinary. Why is that? I simply know a little more than the average unaffiliated extraordinary. If you'd had the same varied experiences as me, none of this would seem remarkable. A modest deflection, and then, remembering her current progress in Hermes was effectively zero, she ventured, by the way, since a seer is continuously being flooded with knowledge, have you already mastered Hermes and ancient Hermes? Leal heard the implication, and was genuinely taken aback. Detective Fowl, you know about the seer pathway's knowledge pursuit phenomenon, yet you don't know ancient Hermes. Is this what it feels like when wealthy people don't know the struggles of ordinary life? Ace explained with performative dismay, for an unaffiliated extraordinary, that kind of lopsided knowledge is quite common. Think about it, the Church's restrictions on occult knowledge are strict, unaffiliated extraordinaries are rare to begin with, and finding one willing to teach is even harder. So while I've wanted to learn these things for a long time, I still only know a handful of ancient Hermes words. Leal nodded, then asked somewhat tentatively, Detective Fowl, I could help you with that problem. In exchange, would you be willing to tell me about some of the more interesting things you've encountered? What a genuinely generous kid. After getting Leal's confirmation, Ace's smile brightened completely. No problem at all. Though honestly, what I'd call interesting has been fairly rare. Leal was actually more pleased than Ace. That's all right, Detective Fowl. Even very ordinary things would be welcome. Because the chances for me to go out and talk with people are quite limited. I can now see things, but the eye of secrets tends to pick up strange things, so I'm very careful about using it to observe my surroundings. And outside my parents, I can't tell anyone that I can actually see. So you're still a lonely child with no friends. Ace only now understood why Leal was happier about this than she was. Then it's settled. By the way, Mr. Femi, where can one send a letter around here? I suddenly realize there's something I haven't told a friend. Author's note, this chapter so the Eye of Secrets isn't powerful enough to see that I used to be a man. Ace, who had intended to later use divination to confirm whether Leal was lying, kept her composure. Seeing into the past would require the White Tower's high-ranking members. Chapter 79. Chapter 79, Trouble Shows Itself. 1446 words. After learning everything she could, Ace hadn't uncovered any additional leads, so she resigned herself to waiting for the night's anomaly to appear. But she hadn't forgotten that when she'd left at midday, she'd told Zoe Freya she was only coming here to try her luck. She'd need to think of a plausible reason to explain why she'd happened to succeed with a commission that had turned away multiple other detectives. Telling Zoe she wasn't extraordinary would do more harm than good. If the witch cult ever found her again, that knowledge could put her friend at risk. Ace's earlier request that Zoe not mention her new friend to others had partly been with this in mind. Since Leal Femi was someone who had almost no use for written correspondence, he couldn't answer Ace's question. So she temporarily left his room, obtained stamps and writing paper from Mia Dalton, and was told she could simply hand the letter to a servant. Apparently I still have much to learn about how wealthy people live. Ace took her materials to one of the guest rooms on the ground floor, and sat down to consider how to tell a convincing half-truth. Why is it that the method with the best effect keeps coming back to writing something vague from a woman's perspective, then letting Zoe fill in the blanks herself? Ace was a little disgruntled about it. She was well aware this wasn't exactly a serious matter compared to what could be done to her, but she still felt uncomfortable. Every time she did something like this, she felt herself drifting a little further down a road she didn't want to be on. But I already have a best friend, so getting worked up over this seems pointless now. She thought about how she'd already gotten quite used to wearing a nightgown after just a few days at Zoe's place. That settled it, she drafted the misdirection without further deliberation and quickly had the note written. The handwriting is decent enough, at least. Having confirmed that the witch's charm did not improve one's ruinish penmanship, Ace used divination to confirm that Leal hadn't been lying earlier. She handed Zoe's letter to the appropriate servant, then went back upstairs to Leal's room without delay, and began her formal study of ancient Hermes. By the time the two went downstairs to have afternoon tea with Mrs. Dalton, the mistress was surprised to find the formalities of address had quietly disappeared between them. Leal made no attempt to hide the conversation they'd just had from his mother, and Mrs. Dalton, though she still had some reservations, was genuinely pleased that her son had made a first friend. Since the afternoon tea was served in the garden behind the Femi house, with servants passing through periodically, Ace set aside the lessons and picked up a best-selling novel instead, intending to sample the kind of fiction this world produced. As it turned out, both mother and son ended up talking to Ace considerably more than to each other. Being a former instigator, she managed not only to keep the conversation going, but to naturally draw both of them into it with well-placed questions. So when the afternoon tea was over, Ace received a note of thanks from Leal. Thank you so much, Ace Detective. This was probably the most enjoyable conversation my mother and I have had. You're welcome. And if you want to change that pattern, Leal, I sincerely recommend leaning on your mother more. Even at your age, trust me, no mother can resist her own son's need for affection. Especially given how much leverage you have. After delivering that advice with full sincerity, she watched Leal shaking his head vigorously like a rattled drum and couldn't help laughing. Early evening, though Ace had heard the carriage from a distance, she waited until Mrs. Dalton opened the door and embraced her returning husband before coming downstairs with Leal. Leal's father turned out to be a blond, brown-eyed man of middle age with a gentle smile, slightly balding, but otherwise he and Leal did look quite alike. The husband and wife hadn't yet noticed Ace and Leal on the second floor, and were greeting each other. Welcome home, Mr. Of course, my dear Mrs. As someone who leaves exactly on time, whatever difficulties arose at work today weren't mine to worry about. They've been married for at least 20 years, and they still talk to each other like this. Ace was still contemplating this when Leal's voice came beside her. Ace, this is my father, Owen Femi. An excellent steam machinist. Only then did Owen notice his son on the second floor, and the unfamiliar woman standing beside him. Leal, who is this? Dalton separated from her husband and introduced Ace and the afternoon's events. Owen's expression as he listened prompted a clear private reaction from Ace. Sir, that look on your face is very much the look of a man watching a pig nose its way toward his prized cabbages. The more she looked at it, the more certain she was. So after going downstairs and exchanging a few pleasantries, she tactfully excused herself back to the guest room, leaving the family to their reunion. So, son, you only just met this detective today, and you're already this close. Dad, don't worry. Ace, the detective, is a wonderful friend. Despite the Femi family keeping their voices lowered, with 3 rounds of enhancement behind her, Ace had no trouble overhearing. Under different circumstances the exchange would have been entirely ordinary. But right now, Ace kept finding it progressively more off-note with every line. She quickly redirected her attention and let the conversation fade. Just as she was about to lie down for a while before the evening, a maidservant knocked on the guest room door. Ace opened it to find the maid presenting a complete set of sleepwear, sized to fit even her. Dalton is quite thoughtful. After thanking the maid, Ace gave her silent approval. Given the Femi family's heights were all quite average, this was almost certainly a purchase made specially. Ace spent the rest of the time lying on the bed in meditation, keeping her attention focused enough to avoid accidentally overhearing the Femi's conversations, while waiting to see what had been troubling this family for so long. Deep in the night, just when Ace was so bored she was considering giving up and sleeping, her intuition suddenly triggered. She sat up quickly and silently, merged into the darkness, and moved to stand behind the door. When everyone else had gone to sleep, she'd already pushed the guest room door open halfway, leaving a gap wide enough to slip through sideways. Her heightened witch's intuition told her that something unfamiliar had just entered the house, and that her movements hadn't disturbed whatever it was. It remained present in her awareness. Confirming her unaided eyes detected nothing strange, Ace activated Aura Vision. She immediately saw 2 dense, pitch-black clusters of spiritual energy that had not been in the sitting room before. Neither entity had a human shape, but neither drifted through the air the way a ghost would. They moved flat against the floor, gliding around the sitting room in what appeared to be aimless wandering. After observing the 2 formless entities, Ace considered briefly, then dropped her shadow concealment. She stood up, pulled the guest room door wide open, and rubbed her eyes, playing the part of someone who had simply woken in the middle of the night. The moment she moved, both entities noticed. Their apparently purposeless drifting immediately gave way to directed movement toward her. So the injured servants were their doing, and apparently they can't tell ordinary people from extraordinaries. Ace noted this while walking out, yawning. Since the servants had only been injured before, nothing worse, and she had 3 mirror doubles at the ready, Ace let the 2 entities approach. When they'd closed to a sufficient distance, they finally changed their behavior. Their shadowy forms extended pitch-black tendrils that wound around Ace's legs. Author's note, this chapter telling Zoe she was an extraordinary would do more harm than good. If the witch cult ever found her again, that knowledge could put her friend at risk. Ace's earlier request that Zoe not mention her new friend to others had partly been with this in mind. A witch is a symbol of disaster, destined to struggle to find the peace she wants. Chapter 80, Enemies Like Shadows 1396 words. The black tendrils winding around Ace's ankles brought no physical sensation at all, but one of them genuinely impeded her movement. She stumbled and went down on the floor. The coat draped over her fell off to the side. Oof, nothing should be there. She muttered quietly while looking down at her feet, with a convincingly puzzled expression. Though she felt nothing unusual on her skin, Aura Vision showed her clearly, one of the black entities had attached itself to the slipper on her foot. The tendrils extending from it remained coiled around her ankle, undissipated. Any extraordinary with lower intuition, who couldn't quickly activate Aura Vision would likely suspect they'd tripped for no reason, but not suspect something was now clinging to them. The other black entity had crawled up the right hand she'd used to brace her fall, and was moving up her arm toward her shoulder. Again, no sensation at all, as though it were pure illusion. But it was precisely because of this that Ace had the leisure to play the role of someone who knew nothing, to slowly pick herself up and observe what these two strange things were actually trying to do. She even had the attention left over to think about other things. Incorporeal, but when they made contact, there wasn't the icy, rigid feeling of a ghost possessing someone. I wonder if Leal knows what a pitch-black spiritual aura means. The spiritual light that aura vision revealed came in many colors. The human body's overall aura appeared white. Seen in detail, different parts of the body showed 6 distinct colors: red, yellow, blue, green, orange, and purple. But Ace had never encountered a pitch-black spiritual aura before. She was confident it didn't represent death. At least, dead things eventually became like inert objects, completely devoid of any spiritual light. By the time Ace had gotten to her feet, the entity on her arm had already reached the vicinity of her neck. But instead of sending tendrils around her throat, it stretched its body into a flat sheet of black cloth and pressed over her mouth. The two ends met behind her head. At first Ace felt nothing. Then she realized that her mouth was being stopped by something invisible. She couldn't make any meaningful sound. At the same time, a binding sensation arrived at her feet, as if ropes had been tied there and anchored to the floor. Her feet couldn't move. They even know to muzzle someone first. She attempted to tear the black cloth away with her hands, but the thing had surprising strength. She couldn't pull it off her mouth by force alone. And it was already spreading toward her nose, intent on blocking her breathing. The tendrils at her ankles, meanwhile, kept tightening and creeping upward toward her thighs. So this is how the servants were left unconscious and injured. Having learned enough and wanting to drop the act, Ace immediately ignited black flame at both entities. A witch's black flame could only be summoned within close range, any distance, and it became impossible. But it required no physical action and, unlike a spell, needed no incantation. As long as Ace had the intention and her spiritual energy wasn't depleted, black flame could appear around her without any warning. Under normal circumstances, this quality of black flame was relatively useless. But if a person or creature blundered into close contact with a witch, they would learn a permanent lesson: never get that close to a witch. The black cloth over her mouth immediately bristled and contorted, and the next moment, it melted into the dark, carrying the still-burning black flame, and disappeared entirely from Ace's aura vision. Her feet were released simultaneously. She looked down, her feet and the slipper were clear. That was fast. Did they retreat straight into the spirit realm? Ace had been preparing to trigger a mirror double through self-immolation to break free of both entities, but they'd fled more decisively than she expected. Now her intuition registered nothing out of the ordinary anywhere in the house. I wonder if they had the sense to abandon the other one. Ace wasn't overly concerned about the escaped entity. The only way she could think of to extinguish black flame, aside from consciously willing it out herself, was isolation, cutting away the burning portion. Black flame only required contact with spiritual energy to sustain itself, unlike ordinary fire which needed specific conditions. But things without spiritual energy couldn't affect this phantom fire in any way, and things containing spiritual energy were only fuel for it. So aside from the witch herself, anything that came into contact with black flame had no option but to immediately sever the affected portion. There was no other way. She scanned the room, confirmed no further anomalies, gave herself a pat on the chest, deactivated aura vision, and used ice to secure everything in place again. She'd been worried that non-human entities might be sensitive to things a witch's powers produced, so after nightfall she'd dissolved the ice she'd used to hold things together since leaving Zoe's place, to ensure, as much as possible, that nothing would notice the difference between her and an ordinary person before she had to act. I'm fairly adjusted to this body now, fortunately. Otherwise I might not have managed to hold off until the end. With the pre-encounter preparation complete, Ace put on the orange-yellow coat that had fallen to the floor, then went upstairs to Leal's room. The reason she wasn't divining the entity's fate herself was that she'd noticed Leal was awake. He'd simply, sensibly, had no impulse to come out and observe. Ace didn't conceal her footsteps, so when she stopped outside his room, Leal understood the encounter was over. He quietly opened his bedroom door and slipped out, asking in a low voice, "Detective Ace, is it over? You're not hurt?" Ace shook her head. They were spiritual body types, as suspected. I can confirm they were responsible for the servants' earlier injuries. Fortunately, I had a way to deal with them. But they fled quickly. It was like they melted into the shadows and vanished. They were still under the effect of my ability when they left, but I can't say with confidence whether they survived. Detective Ace, they didn't feel to me like they entered the spirit realm, more like they merged with the shadows and then moved rapidly away. Of course, that's only my impression. It may not be accurate. Leal said, less than certain. Their behavior did resemble a living shadow. But what surprised Ace more was something else. With your bedroom door closed, you could feel what was happening in the sitting room downstairs. Leal nodded, of course. A seer's intuition is unusually high. That's precisely why you have to be careful about everything and exercise caution constantly. Though if your ability hadn't been affecting them, I don't think I could have detected something that subtle from this distance. My Sequence 7 intuition might actually be lower than a seer's. Ace reflected on this and then asked with some puzzlement, "Then you couldn't possibly have failed to notice them entering the house. Doesn't that mean you've been unable to sleep properly every night?" Leal nodded with a tearful expression, "Which is why I owe you so much, Detective Ace. I can finally sleep properly." Another bottled-up child who suffers in silence. Hearing this for the first time, Ace said immediately, "Then go back to bed and get some rest." Even as she said it, she wasn't at all surprised when Leal shook his head. "Detective Ace, wait a moment. Let me divine whether those two entities are dead." Such a good kid. Seeing Leal bring up divination on his own, Ace smiled and said as if the thought had just occurred to her, "Oh, so that's how you confirmed I'd be useful to your family. Could you teach me, Leal?" Author's note, this chapter, Detective Ace, they didn't feel to me like they entered the spirit realm, more like they merged with the shadows and then moved rapidly away. Of course, that's only my impression. It may not be accurate. Chapter 81, Payment, and a new gathering 1365 words. Though witches had access to magic mirror and wand divination, neither was very discreet to use openly. Ace had no objection to learning other methods, she might need them in a pinch. Leal nodded readily, "I love working with people who don't make things complicated." Leaning against the second-floor railing, Ace answered cheerfully, "Then it's settled. Although my method of dealing with spiritual entities isn't like the solar domain, it doesn't take effect instantly. So if you want to divine, Leal, you can wait a bit." Leal mirrored her posture and leaned on the railing beside her. "Understood. Detective Ace, do you think the problem is resolved?" To avoid waking Leal's parents, both of them kept their voices close and low. At first Ace hadn't thought anything of it, but glancing at Leal right beside her, she found it mildly awkward. Still, when she saw that his gaze instinctively rested on the sitting room floor below, she hesitated, and decided not to create distance. Nothing to be worried about, she told herself, and analyzed, probably not. Based on their behavior, these entities were almost certainly being directed by an extraordinary. Without finding that person, the problem isn't truly resolved. Of course, that extraordinary is being cautious, so simply abandoning this might also be a possibility. The church's crackdown is in full force right now, and their only investment here may have been those two entities. Leal thought carefully, then what are they after? It could be related to your parents. Trying to pull your family into a cult isn't out of the question. Ace paused, then opened a slight joke, though it could also be someone looking for a teacher. This actually earned a faintly disgruntled response from Leal. "Detective Ace, I'm not naive. Setting everything else aside, if that were the only goal, would it really need to be approached this indirectly?" "Not slow at all." Ace suppressed the urge to ruffle his hair from her height advantage and changed the subject. "By the way, Leal, can the gesture for quickly activating and deactivating aura vision be changed?" "Detective Ace, how do you not know that?" Leal was genuinely startled. "It came to me when I drank the potion." I don't even know how to teach someone else how to activate aura vision. Ace shrugged. They exchanged quiet words for a while like this. Once Leal had divined and confirmed the two black entities were dead, Ace sent him back to bed. She herself, holding to a sense of responsibility toward the 50 pounds she'd already received, settled down on the sitting room sofa to keep watch through the night. The spiritual aura of an animated corpse is also deep black, but those two things definitely weren't corpses. What were they? Ace turned it over while she thought, and inevitably found herself recalling the creature she'd encountered near Burkov City, when clearing the instigator potion, the one that could merge with shadows. But that creature had no ability to flee quickly, and these two entities clearly weren't mindless the way that creature had been. Probably unrelated. After a long period of thought, Ace decided that rather than speculating on her own, it would be better to find time to ask the church. With that decided, Ace settled into the sitting room sofa, coat and shoes still on, and began meditating. A witch's combat style had shifted to that of a caster, so even if there was another encounter tonight, these house slippers wouldn't slow her down. Meditation both concentrated her attention and sharpened her witch's intuition. It wasn't like sleep, it wouldn't cause her to miss anything. An excellent way to pass idle time. When the sky began to lighten, Ace returned to her guest room. The constitution of a sequence 7 extraordinary, combined with meditation serving as a partial substitute for rest, meant that a sleepless night left her looking far less worn than one might expect. After lying down for a short while, she was able to get up, change into day clothes, and join the Femi family for breakfast. Over the meal, she briefed the couple on the previous night's events and summarized, "In short, Mr. Owen, I have a way to deal with whatever is causing trouble in your house, but catching them is a different matter. Without another key lead, catching the person behind this would require them to make a mistake on their own." She said it while biting into a perfectly crisp strip of bacon. Since Leal was beside them, Ace had to refer to Owen Femi by name. Owen, still in his black work clothes and preparing to leave for the day, looked at Ace with a noticeably more normal expression than the previous evening. After thinking for a moment, he spoke, "Detective Fowl, you have my thanks for last night. I'd like to offer £10 a day for the rest of this week to prevent further incidents. Would that suit you?" "Today must be Thursday." Ace nodded with a smile. "I have no reason to decline, Mr. Though the condition is that whatever trouble follows is as manageable as last night's." "Naturally, Detective Fowl. I understand that a person who can handle ghosts as you can is rare, so the payment will reflect that." Owen replied evenly. "Then I'll look forward to a productive partnership," Mr. Ace said, and then thought of something and added, "By the way, Mr. Owen, Leal mentioned you know of a gathering point for extraordinaries." Owen paused briefly before answering. "Yes, it's near the border between the Queen's District and the West District. Though, Detective Ace, if you're planning to attend, please be careful not to get into a conflict with whoever organizes the gathering. I'm not certain of his specific strength, but every mention of him among the participants comes with a note of fear. Queen's District and West District border and mail. That should be manageable." Ace nodded. "I'll remember that, Mister. Could you tell me the specific location?" "The exact location and password change each time." "Let me write down the relevant rules for you." After breakfast, Ace received everything from Owen, every possible location and the corresponding passwords. "This doesn't seem very complicated. Attending doesn't even require a referral?" Ace asked with some puzzlement. The rules were simply a matter of using two straightforward formulas to determine the specific location and password for any given date. The locations totaled only 4, all near the Queen's District West District border. The passwords were for different rhythms of knocking. The interval between gatherings was affixed for days. Owen replied with genuine puzzlement. Quite a few of the participants have had the same reaction, especially about the no referral requirement. But the organizer has never changed it, as if he has no fear of the church finding him. His gathering has been running for close to 2 years without the church ever showing up. Owen said nothing more, said his goodbyes to Ace and his family early, and left in the carriage. He worked in the Southgate district to the southeast, quite a distance from the West District. Once the center of the Steam Church's missionary activity in the city, that area was now home to many large factories. Ace was growing suspicious that the gathering might be official bait. The church's willingness to trade with unaffiliated extraordinaries had already shown her how flexible their standards were. They were entirely capable of running something like an entrapment operation. Ace, my father seemed worried about something during your conversation. Leal asked quietly as soon as Mrs. Dalton stepped out to see her husband off. He was probably worried I'd quote him too high. But given the two of us, how could I do something that heartless? Ace explained with complete conviction. Besides, I've already taken enough advantage. She added the thought privately. Author's note, this chapter Detective Ace, how do you not know that? That's how hard it is to be an unaffiliated extraordinary without proper training. Chapter 82, Marrying age 14 70 words, your father's expression management is pretty good, how did you pick up on his worry? Another mouthful of sausage, and then Ace suddenly found something odd. As a former instigator, she'd also noticed Owen Femi's unease. But what gave a seer the ability to see it? Was that also a form of seeing secrets? Leal explained quietly, I noticed my father's speech seemed slightly off, so I took a quick look with aura vision. The spiritual light representing his emotional state had taken on a hint of gray darkness. It only cleared when Detective Ace agreed. Gray darkness indicates worry, sadness, and other negative emotions. Ace whispered, genuinely surprised, wait, aura vision can read emotions. At the expected question, Leal explained matter-of-factly, with sufficient intuition and aura vision strength, an extraordinary can directly observe some of the external expressions of the astral body. And since the astral body is closely tied to a person's will and emotions, the color of the small amount of astral spiritual light that surfaces externally allows a rough reading of someone's emotional state. At that moment, Mrs. Dalton, having just finished seeing her husband out, came back in the door and noticed the two of them whispering. Curious despite herself, she asked, what are you two talking so quietly about? Since the concern was mostly that servants might overhear, Mrs. Dalton's return didn't interrupt the conversation. Ace summarized, teaching me. Leal gave a small nod, then answered his mother, Detective Ace and I are discussing occult studies. Satisfied with this, Mrs. Dalton said no more and applied herself to finishing her breakfast. Though she couldn't quite suppress the upward turn of her mouth. Her son wasn't yet 20, but that didn't stop the mistress from privately beginning to worry about his marriage prospects. Even if Leal was no longer blind in the conventional sense, no one else knew that. The hardest part of any relationship was taking the first step, and right now, Mrs. Dalton thought this particular first step looked rather promising. Dalton, please put that expression away. This is strictly teacher and student. Ace had naturally noticed the woman's smile. But trying to clarify that would only make it worse, and she had no intention of being foolish enough to bring it up. After finishing breakfast at a slightly accelerated pace, Ace temporarily left the Femi house to pick up a change of clothes. Having stayed at the Femi house for days, she couldn't exactly live out of a nightgown and sleepwear the way she had at her best friend's. Before heading back to Joywood, however, Ace planned to stop by Zoe Freya's shop and say hello, and pick up a supply of her personalized makeup products. Though the morning fog was thinner than usual in today's pleasant weather, Ace felt as though her eyelashes had collected moisture by the time she'd walked to Zoe's door. It was just past breakfast time, and the shop held only Zoe, wearing an apron over a viridian green dress, doing the last of her pre-opening preparations. Only her back was visible from the door. The door was still half open from having recently been swept. Ace wasn't going to waste an opportunity like that. She softened her footsteps, slipped inside, and delivered a completely unannounced hug from behind. Good morning, Zoe. Surprised? Nearly scared me to death. Ace, how do you walk without making a sound? Ace said nothing, just used the position to tighten her arms. Then, while Zoe was still leaning against her, she moved both hands to Zoe's waist and started tickling. Stop, stop. Zoe instinctively tried to curl inward but couldn't manage it. The shop filled with her laughter. Ace kept going until Zoe was begging for mercy before she relented. Sorry, I have a very long memory. Arms folded, perfectly pleased with herself. Zoe sat catching her breath in a chair, rolling her eyes. I touched you maybe a little extra once. Was there any need to hold onto that this long? Getting taken advantage of and not getting even. Unthinkable. Ace held her head high and answered proudly. Another eye roll, then Zoe changed the subject. Hey, Ace. Since you're back, tell me. Does the Femi family really just need a detective to keep their son company? Ace told the pure, unvarnished truth. At minimum, over the full day I was there, I found no sign of any suspicious individuals in the vicinity of their house. Zoe thought about it, then suddenly darted to Ace's side with an excited look. Are they a nice family? Is their son good-looking? How old is he? He must find your detective background completely fascinating, right? Thinking of making an introduction, are you? Ace didn't quite understand the excitement but answered, very pleasant people, and they're generous with the compensation. Appearance-wise, decent enough, I'd say. He's around 20. Since he can't see anything, he's interested in all sorts of new things. Oh, Zoe acted as if she'd uncovered something. Ace, I think the Femi family might be looking for more than just company for their son. They may be quietly hoping to find him a wife at the same time. You're not entirely wrong. Remembering Mrs. Dalton's knowing smile at breakfast, Ace found herself unable to argue. Seeing Ace not immediately respond, Zoe leaned in. Ace, if that's actually what they're after, would you consider it? I hear the Femi family is quite wealthy, and they don't live far from the suburbs. The Femi house near Green Park was close to Green Park Street, which led directly to Green Cemetery in the outskirts. At full speed, Ace could reach the cemetery in under 10 minutes. Ace shook her head without a flicker of hesitation. Marriage to a man, and all that it implied, it was still far too much of an abstraction. Whatever else she might say about it, being physically beneath someone, particularly a man, was something she could never come to terms with. That was true regardless of how much someone had done for her. Paying it back through her own efforts was the answer. The idea of offering oneself in return for a kindness struck her as a form of pure dysfunction. She was not some helpless woman whose only skills were cooking and cleaning. Is looking after a blind person too much trouble? Zoe seemed genuinely puzzled by the immediate refusal. That's not it. Mostly it's that people are unpredictable, and the way they feel doesn't stay fixed. You can't count on everyone to remember the past fondly. Rather than putting the happiness of my later years into someone else's hands, I'd rather hold onto it myself. And I don't have family to fall back on. The cost of choosing the wrong person is too high, especially for women. After a few seconds of thought, Ace settled on reasons that at least seemed coherent. Zoe nodded thoughtfully. That's fair. Watching Zoe sink into consideration, Ace added, and I'm only 24. There's plenty of time. Zoe looked at her with exasperation. That's not early at all. I read that the average woman's wedding age is about 26. What do you think I've been hinting at? So everyone's been judging me with that lens. The full realization landed on Ace that she herself had reached the expected marrying age, and she had no response. She resorted to mutual provocation. Zoe, you're one to talk. What about you? Zoe's voice went quiet immediately. I haven't met anyone I like. And besides, my mother only passed 2 years ago. It doesn't feel right to think about these things yet. Then you'd better get moving, or you'll be an old maid before you know it. Ace patted her shoulder sagely. After a round of good-natured sparring, Ace collected her personalized makeup products and left. Before going, she also made a plan. Once she'd completed the first commission, she'd take Zoe out to celebrate at her own expense. Of course, she didn't mention to Zoe that she was earning £10 a day. For an ordinary person, even in Bicklund, a weekly wage of £10 was above average. The disclosure would prompt very inconvenient questions. Author's note: this chapter, I noticed my father's speech seemed slightly off, so I took a quick look with aura vision. The spiritual light representing his emotional state had taken on a hint of gray darkness. It only cleared when Detective Ace agreed. Gray darkness indicates worry, sadness, and other negative emotions. That level of aura vision is almost on par with a diviner. Author reply: the seer's aura vision is roughly comparable to a diviner, same with combat strength. Chapter 83, something off with Ace. 1381 words. 2 days later. April 4th, afternoon. After enduring 2 quiet nights, Ace put on her second detective work outfit, a dark gray set, and prepared to take a carriage to the gathering Leal's father had described. She wanted to pick up some of the supernatural materials she might need, the light drawing dust for the invisibility spell, or perhaps a proper wand for a witch. Ace, didn't I say I have a hooded robe with a large cape? I don't see it. Beside her, Leal, in black formal wear, asked suddenly. Leal had no actual need to attend an extraordinary gathering, but after learning of Ace's plans he'd spent 2 days convincing his parents to agree to come along. Ace had picked up a fair amount of new knowledge from Leal over those 2 days, so she had no reason to turn him down. Attending a gathering was nothing dangerous, especially with the church's crackdown in force. Don't worry, I have it. Where it is, you'll find out soon. She answered Leal's question with deliberate mystery. As for herself, regardless of how large the robe was, brief contact would immediately reveal she was a woman. And at 185 centimeters, disguising her height was impossible. So she'd only brought Leal's robe. Your face freckles look a little different today from last time. Is there some reason for that? Leal had been wondering for a day, and finally decided to ask. Ace replied without expression, because the original freckles were my friend's work, and these past 2 days have been mine. I've tried to replicate them as closely as possible, but my hands aren't as precise as hers. Actually, the difference isn't that noticeable. Without the Eye of Secrets, I don't think I'd have spotted it. Leal added, somewhat awkwardly. Obviously. Though Ace knew that aside from Leal, only Mrs. Dalton among the Femi household, servants included, seemed to have noticed. So she hadn't been troubling her best friend every day about it. The point of the disguise was just to prevent anyone from thinking she was a witch. Ace gave a small nod and didn't continue the conversation. Instead, she pressed a hand to her stomach. For some reason, since waking up that morning, she'd had intermittent mild discomfort in her lower abdomen. Not quite pain, more of an inexplicable irritability. And I ate more than usual at breakfast today, somehow. She noted with puzzlement. When the discomfort eased a little, Ace suddenly became aware of an ache in her back. None of it was severe, but it was enough to take away any desire to talk. She pressed her left hand to her lower back and leaned against the left side of the carriage, closed her eyes and rested. Leal, who had noticed Ace was slightly out of sorts since morning, thought nothing particular of it. He assumed the 3 sleepless nights had finally caught up to her. Meditation could substitute for rest to a degree, but only to a degree. About 10 minutes later, the coachman announced. Leal, Detective Fowl, Williamson Street. After stepping down, Ace told the coachman, thank you for the trouble. You can go, I'm not sure how long we'll be. We'll take a public carriage back ourselves. Listening to the carriage fade into the distance, Leal suddenly noticed that Ace, who was standing beside him, seemed to have grown a little. Her height now appeared to approach 190 centimeters. Noticing his look, Ace offered, I deliberately raised the heel of my shoes. It doesn't do much for disguise. But it does tend to deflate a lot of people's confidence in approaching me. Is that right? Leal tilted his head, genuinely puzzled. More effective than covering my face, at any rate. Come on, let's go. Once we're near the gathering, I'll do a trick for you. Since the Femi family's servants were simply hired help, Ace hadn't had Leal change into the hooded robe in the carriage. No need to give the coachman the destination near the gathering point either, for the same reason. Leal, still not entirely clear on the plan but untroubled by it, picked up his cane and followed Ace. A few minutes later, behind a building, Leal watched Ace pull her dark gray hooded robe out of a palm-sized compact mirror. "This is a spell that comes with my potion, using any mirror surface to open a gateway to the mirror realm. I can't go deep into it yet at my current level, but it works well as a personal storage space." Ace kept the explanation brief, knowing Leal's knowledge of mirror-related occultism was limited to its most basic concepts. Leal donned the robe and gave her a thumbs up. "Even knowing this spell, I don't think I'd have thought of using it that way." Ace smiled. "Also thanks to you for teaching me divination. With divination, I was able to confirm that things without a strong personal connection are safe to store inside." A short while later, Ace, in round-framed glasses, dark gray deerstalker cap, matching coat and trousers, arrived alongside an immediately conspicuous-looking Leal at the front door of a perfectly unremarkable, perfectly quiet building. 3 short knocks and 1 long. A few seconds later, the door opened slowly, and the sound of people speaking in low voices immediately reached Ace's ears. She and Leal, head down, walked inside. The door was closed by the doormen on either side. A scan of the room, a fair number of people. Many had concealed their faces completely with masks and robes like Leal, but some, like Ace, sat openly. The collective volume stayed tactfully low. Quieter than a library but not far off. "Strange, I've already used the washroom." Ace felt another slight wave of abdominal discomfort, and ignored the brief looks cast her way, finding an unoccupied sofa with Leal. "Suddenly feel like hitting someone." Noticing a few persistent glances in her direction, Ace felt an irrational spike of irritation. A server-dressed attendant approached shortly, introducing himself to the newcomer. "Welcome, ma'am. Everything currently available is listed on the board over there." He'd barely started when Ace cut him off without ceremony. "My eyes work fine. For requests, I write them down for you, correct?" She saw him nod. "Then give me paper and a pen. And if there's a problem with a transaction, who do I speak to?" "The gentleman beside the board is the gathering's organizer." The attendant began, gesturing toward a similarly hooded and black-robed figure near the board, and then Ace waved her hand to cut off the rest. As the attendant's footsteps receded, Leal asked quietly, "Ace, do you know that attendant?" "I just found his voice annoying." Ace replied flatly. "His voice sounded perfectly normal to me." Having spent 2 days with her now, this was the first time Leal had heard Ace speak with any edge to someone. He had the sense to keep that thought to himself. Leal had already begun to suspect that whatever was off about Ace today had less to do with lack of sleep than with something else. Ace herself also sensed her emotions were slightly off. She drew a slow breath and tried to rein in the inexplicable irritation. The mild abdominal cramping wasn't painful enough to affect her concentration or movement, it was just making it strangely hard to settle her mind. She found herself, with no particular intent, locking her eyes onto the gathering's organizer beside the board. Which drew his attention briefly in return. He held the look for only a moment before his gaze moved on, completely at ease. Confident. And relaxed. "He's looking down on me, I suspect." Just as Ace was calculating whether to actually test his strength, the attendant returned with paper and pen. The chastened attendant handed them over wordlessly, and stood silently waiting nearby. Author's note, this chapter strange, I've already used the washroom. Ace felt another slight wave of abdominal discomfort, and ignored the brief looks cast her way, finding an unoccupied sofa with Leal. Her period is coming. Chapter 84, Chapter 84 Materials acquired 1489 words, what's going on with me today? Ace kept wondering as she looked over the board. Wanted, adult unicorn horn. Mermaid blood, 20 milliliters, 15 pounds. Mummy powder, 8g, 3 pounds. Russell the Great's notebook, 1 page, 5 pounds. Star crystal, 50g, 160 pounds. Complete crystallization of a hollow moon, 1 piece, 180 pounds. Wants: materials rich with spiritual energy, supernatural materials. Organized quite neatly. The sight improved her mood fractionally. She glanced at Leal beside her, head lowered, covertly looking around with peripheral vision, and decided to calm down and focus on the task. Wanted: light drawing dust, quantity to be agreed, 3 wild rage herbs, 1 piece of spiritually rich timber. She also wrote that she wanted to speak with whoever was selling Russell's notebook, then passed the note to the attendant. The attendant showed it briefly to the gathering's organizer. The organizer wrote something in response. The attendant reviewed it, then tore the note in two. One portion went to a second attendant at the board, who placed it on the table near the display. The other came back to Ace. The seller isn't present. The notebook is stored here. His handwriting is better than mine. The brief line surprised her. And the storage arrangement struck her as slightly odd. She wrote on the other side of the slip, "I'd like to confirm the notebook's condition first," and passed it back. After another wait, the attendant returned with a book. Standing beside Ace, the attendant opened it first, then handed it over. "You're keeping things quite casually." Ace noted inwardly and looked at the page of Russell the Great's diary inside, relatively intact. After a quick scan, she found the diary contained only the Emperor's account of having initially intended to resist an arranged marriage, only to immediately reverse himself because the other party was too beautiful. Infuriating. Same transmigrator background, and the Emperor landed in the body of a down-on-his-luck noble, got a wife without any trouble. I transmigrated into a gambling addict who'd been thrown out of his own home, and now I'm like this. The more she thought, the more lopsided things seemed. Ace snapped the book shut and handed it back to the attendant without a word. When the attendant left, Ace sat with her arms folded, leaning against the sofa, visibly annoyed to the point where her lips were pressed together. The detective Ace's emotions have been quite volatile since entering this building. Though that is also somewhat charming. Leal turned at the sound of the book snapping shut, registered the scene, and quietly turned back. A few more minutes passed. The pile of request slips gathered at the board had reached a sufficient volume, and the attendant updated the display. Those in the room turned to look, some muttered to themselves and left, some produced items to hand off to the attendant, and some spoke briefly with the attendant before heading further inside or up to the second floor to negotiate directly with their trading partners. The gathering's organizer remained entirely unmoved throughout, reacting only when an attendant brought him a slip. "Chest is a bit sore, too. What is wrong with my body today?" Ace noted this privately, glanced at the board, saw nothing worth attention, confirmed no slips were coming her way, and simply closed her eyes to rest. As time passed, people occasionally drifted in through various entrances. The room remained comparatively quiet, just the soft movement of attendants, and the murmuring of acquaintances who had spotted each other. After a while, once she felt she'd sufficiently restored her composure, Ace gave a warning look to a participant whose eyes and mouth had both been impolitely active. Then she suddenly noticed that Leal beside her seemed somewhat different from usual. Since entering the building, he'd barely said a word. This occurred to her, and she leaned toward Leal quietly, feeling bored. Hearing that Ace's voice had returned to its usual calm, Leal shook his head. "Not really. With people coming and going, it's actually quite interesting." Ace didn't quite follow but didn't press. "Then give it another 30 minutes, after that I'll take you somewhere busier." Half an hour later, as promised, Ace collected the wild rage herbs and the branch of a forest sprite, led Leal out of the unremarkable building, and they were done. Both of these were only materials of a certain unusual quality with accumulated spiritual energy, influenced by supernatural forces, but not directly constituting supernatural traits, so the pricing wasn't outrageous. Together they'd cost her £15. In truth, Ace had wanted to buy more at the gathering, but given that Williamson Street sat right on the West District Queen's District border, she'd been deliberately selective. She didn't want extraordinaries who frequented the area deducing from her purchases that she was connected to the witch pathway. Take the mummy powder that had appeared on the board from the start. It was quite possibly one of the secondary ingredients for the Pleasure Witch's potion, specifically, 5 grams of genuine mummy ash. For exactly that reason, she'd shown not even the faintest interest in the mummy powder. To be safe, she would never purchase any ingredient belonging to the pleasure potions formula at this particular gathering. Back behind a building, Leal pulled off the robe while asking curiously, "Ace, what are you planning to use all this for?" Ace smiled slightly, "A secret, I'll tell you once we're back. For now, think about where you'd like to go." Leal watched Ace tuck his robe back into the palm-sized compact mirror, and answered without any particular preference, "I'm not fussy, anywhere with enough people." Ace didn't deliberate, "Then Hillston District. I hear foot traffic is quite high there." Hillston District sat between the Queen's District and Joywood, home to various large companies and banks, the economic, commercial, and financial heart of Rouen. By 4 in the afternoon, the two of them finally boarded a public carriage back toward the West District. On the way, Ace made periodic stops at flower shops and plant stores to purchase various botanical powders, which only deepened Leal's curiosity about what she was planning. Thanks to the Dieters, it was 30 minutes before they arrived near Green Park. Getting out of the carriage and paying the fare, Ace looked at Leal, whose curiosity was plainly written on his face, and asked anyway, "I'm planning to go out to the countryside." Leal nodded immediately, "Of course. So can you tell me what you're actually trying to do now, Ace?" Ace shook her head with a small smirk. "I'm planning to use these materials to do something wicked." Leal raised an eyebrow. "What wicked things are there to do in the countryside? Pity we can't be proper friends, some jokes wouldn't land the same way." The thought occurred to Ace, and she abandoned the idea of dragging out the mystery, quite a few, actually. For example, making a corpse into an animated dead using animal remains. "I've always been curious about how corpses actually manage to move." A pause. "But isn't that dark magic?" "How do you know it?" If not for the nearby buildings still having occupants, Ace would have been tempted to use a classic villain's laugh to startle him. In the absence of that option, she skipped straight past the atmosphere building. "What if I told you I've always been a witch who commands many forms of dark magic?" "You don't seem anything like it," Leal said immediately. Ace spread her hands. "Nothing I can do about that. The potion gave me the knowledge, I couldn't not have it even if I tried." Leal scratched his head, genuinely puzzled. "Ace, you just told me outright that you know dark magic. Aren't you worried I'd misunderstand?" "Because I don't think there's anything remarkable about it. I didn't seek out this dark magic on my own. If someone would misunderstand me over something like this, then they were never qualified to be my friend. The deeper reason is simply that it doesn't matter." Ace kept that thought to herself. Author's note: this chapter take the mummy powder that had appeared on the board from the start. It was quite possibly one of the secondary ingredients for the Pleasure Witch's potion, specifically 5 grams of genuine mummy ash. For exactly that reason, she'd shown not even the faintest interest in the mummy powder. To be safe, she would never purchase any ingredient belonging to the Pleasure Potions formula at this particular gathering. Better to be cautious in Rouen. If this gathering has tarot, the mummy powder is probably fake anyway, the real ones get eaten up by the higher ranks. Chapter 85, a reminder, and the uses of materials. 1472 words. Leal hadn't given the matter much thought. His first reaction was actually delight, "So I already count as one of your good friends. That's the part you focus on." Ace looked at Leal's simple happiness and couldn't hold back. She reached over and tapped him on the head. "I'm telling you this so you know I accidentally ended up on a fairly sinister supernatural pathway. The sinister organization that controls this pathway, the witch cult, may come looking for you because of your connection to me." Ace put emphasis on the key point. "So if anyone approaches you or your parents asking about me, be on your guard and don't say more than necessary. You don't want to give away how close we are. If the person approaching you happens to be an unusually attractive woman, be especially careful. The potion on this pathway grants a significant boost to charm. That's one of the reasons the organization in question is called the witch cult." Though Ace hadn't used much force, Leal still held the tapped spot with theatrical suffering. "Understood. But Ace, you're very aggressive today." Ace awarded him another look. "I barely touched you." By the way, an evil organization full of extraordinaries certainly has divination resources, so don't tell straightforward lies. There's no harm in letting them know basic facts about me, just be careful not to reveal the nature of our relationship clearly. Don't put your family in danger. Her current contact with the Femi family was all motivated by practical reasons, so as long as Leal didn't let anything slip, those obsessive fanatics would have little justification to implicate the family. Especially with the church's pressure being what it was. Still, a few words felt insufficient to put Ace's mind fully at ease. On the way to the countryside, she gave Leal a rough outline of the instigator's abilities, to make him aware of those types of supernatural influence, and passed along a few conversational techniques, so he wouldn't be subtly maneuvered into revealing things without noticing. After passing through Green Park Street and looping around Green Cemetery, Ace and Leal reached the outskirts west of the city. It was spring, but this section of the suburb near the cemetery drew very few visitors. Clear of other people at last, Ace stopped concealing herself and quickly opened a wide gap between herself and the physically fragile seer, leaving him only a receding silhouette. Leal didn't hurry. He used his cane as a walking stick and slowly took in the fresh spring air, and the green stretching to the horizon. Through the eye of secrets, even a landscape this full of life came with the occasional odd spiritual entity or strange visage mixed in, but long since accustomed to it, he found nothing particularly wrong with the experience. In fact, he thought pleasantly. Having a moment just walking freely on your own like this, without worrying about anything, that's not so bad either. About 20 minutes later, the leisurely strolling Leal spotted Ace in the distance, dragging something toward him with one hand and waving with the other. Leal quickened his pace to catch up and found a wolf carcass beside Ace, its hind legs still encased in ice. Ace was breathing slightly hard, with a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead. "This is just an ordinary coyote. How did it tire you out like this?" Leal said, puzzled. Ace answered with visible satisfaction, "I got lucky, ran into it within a few minutes. But on a whim I decided to try catching it barehanded. I spent about 15 minutes not managing it but running after it felt great." Leal gave the carcass a sympathetic look. "It must have been terrified. But it doesn't have to be afraid anymore." Ace said briskly, "I'm about to turn it into an animated dead. You, Leal, a seer who probably can't fight an ordinary person, step back. If I'm given enough preparation, I'm not completely helpless against ordinary people." Leal objected as he retreated. In the broadest sense, any art not sanctioned by the seven gods could be considered dark magic. In the narrow sense, the term referred specifically to spells leaning toward the bloody, the sinister, the depraved, spells that practically announced themselves as evil. The dark magic built into the witch potion was dark magic in that narrow sense. So Ace naturally commanded the spell capable of transforming a corpse into an animated dead. After pouring purchased wild carrot powder over the carcass, she ground one of the wild rage herbs down with tools borrowed from a pharmacy and scattered that over it too. Then Ace summoned a sharp ice blade and made a small cut on her right index finger, letting her spiritually dense blood fall onto the coyote's body and the newly scattered powder. With that done, she crouched, spread her spiritual energy through her right hand into the mixture of carcass, powder, and blood, then spoke the ancient Hermes word for awaken. As the word left her, she sensed through her intuition that the coyote's spiritual body, previously dissipating, suddenly became violently agitated. The spiritual energy that had been slowly fading within the carcass surged to life under the spell's stimulus, as though something inside this body was waking. With the change, both Ace's spiritual energy and the powder and blood on the carcass began to be gradually consumed. After a few seconds, Ace noticed her spiritual energy hadn't decreased much, but the powder and blood were nearly depleted. The activity of the coyote's spiritual energy also began to weaken in response. "Seems insufficient, but the amounts of my materials were all within specification. Could it be the type of animal?" Sensing the spell was about to fail, Ace quickly brought out another portion of wild rage herb and wild carrot powder with her left hand and scattered it over the carcass. Seeing the activity hold but not increase, she cut her right middle finger with the ice blade and let new blood fall over the body. With fresh blood soaking the carcass, the coyote's internal spiritual energy surged to life once more. Signs of success again. After another second or so, when the second batch of powder had been reduced by about a third, the activity of the carcass's spiritual energy crossed some threshold, and the body itself began to tremble. The spell Rouse Corpse had succeeded. Ace stood to observe. The trembling grew more pronounced, and the spiritual energy of the carcass, now radically different from before, seemed to be adapting to this new way of operating its own body. She looked over her shoulder at Leal and offered the thought, "You felt it too, didn't you?" Wild Rage Herb and Wild Carrot Powder seemed to be doing exactly what their names suggest, stimulating the spiritual energy of the corpse, making it frenzied and active. Leal reflected and replied, "That might be why occult arts and supernatural power seem so inexplicable. Whatever these two plants originally do, as long as they carry the symbolic meaning of moving from still to active, a spell can apply that symbolic meaning to make the same transformation happen in a corpse's spiritual energy, achieving the goal of making it move." Ace added, "But blood doesn't seem to carry that kind of symbolic meaning. Perhaps the two powders only provide the foundation for movement, while a craving for living spiritual energy is what actually drives the corpse." The witch's knowledge only emphasized that richer and more vital blood increased the success rate, without explaining why any of the materials worked. Possibly. What caused the near failure partway through? Leal nodded and asked. "My guess is the type of corpse matters. The potion's built-in knowledge for comparable spells all uses human corpses as the subject." Ace offered. "Because an animal's resentment and unwillingness at death is weaker than a human's, so animating one as a corpse is harder." Possibly. Even in this context, this kind of conversation was entirely normal. Observations of supernatural phenomena could only be made through the researcher's intuition, and speculation and conjecture were the standard mode of inquiry. "Turn around," the corpse just stood up. Leal's expression suddenly shifted to alarm. Author's note, this chapter, that might be why occult arts and supernatural power seem so inexplicable. Whatever these two plants originally do, as long as they carry the symbolic meaning of moving from still to active, a spell can apply that symbolic meaning to make the same transformation happen in a corpse's spiritual energy, achieving the goal of making it move. Sounds like the blood clot pill that treats edema. Shandong, a Chapter 86. Chapter 86, a relative knocking 1462 words. As Leal's words ended, the coyote animated dead, having adapted to its new form, stood firm, and following the instinctive craving for spiritual energy and life, lunged toward Ace's turned back. But Ace had heard it coming. She stepped sideways and instantly summoned an ice crystal lance, then spun to the right simultaneously. She used the lance like a club and sent the animated dead tumbling across the ground. She looked at the wide-eyed, stammering Leal with mild exasperation. "What's there to be startled about? Those sounds of it getting up were so obvious, did you think I couldn't hear them?" The badly startled Leal had completely lost the composure he'd shown during the earlier dissection of the reanimation process. He scrambled to put distance between himself and the animated dead, too rattled to even respond. "It's not like it was a human corpse. Is this kind of reaction really necessary?" Ace, not quite understanding, examined the wolf body, a hole in the head, with pinkish ice and debris still faintly visible. The single unhurried swing she'd given it, not even using full force strike, had of course done no lasting damage. The wolf stirred briefly, then stood again. The struck area bore a clear dent, and much of the fur had fallen away. The muscles seemed to have lost their elasticity, even though the wolf had only been dead for minutes. Having Leal's help, Ace had changed the Eye of Secrets activation gesture to 2 taps of her back teeth, and now quickly turned it on. She saw that the fur lying on the ground had lost all spiritual light, as if it had been shedding for a long time. The animated dead itself radiated a deep black spiritual aura, utterly unlike any living creature. The animated dead rushed again, trying to bite her, but Ace, faster and more agile, put an ice lance through its right side. Under deliberate restraint, the lance didn't instantly freeze the creature, but close contact with a witch's ice still slowed it noticeably for a moment. Then she pulled right in the lance tip, not driven deeply, tore a long gash along the right side. The blood that dripped out was dark and dull, nothing like what a body dead only minutes should produce. In aura vision, the blood's spiritual light was almost entirely absent. But even with a gaping side wound, viscous fluid still seeping from the body, the animated dead felt nothing and charged again, and ran directly into a black flame. This time the reaction was significant. Though the creature could no longer make any meaningful sound, the way it thrashed and rolled, trying desperately to extinguish the black flame, made it easy to imagine its suffering. Ace drove the ice lance into the animated dead to pin it, preventing further struggle. Then she waved Leal forward from a distance. So you see why there was no need to panic. It's nothing I can't handle immediately. Leal glanced at the intensifying phantom black flame and said quietly. I just couldn't help it. I know an animated dead has no specific fatal weakness, I forgot that for you, Detective Ace, that isn't a problem. Ace shook her head. Still, you were too slow to calm down. An animated dead that charges blindly without any evasive ability can be neutralized simply by breaking its legs. And that's something you could potentially do. I'm sorry, I embarrassed myself. Leal dropped his head, voice subdued. Ace smiled and patted his shoulder. I'm not saying this to mock you. Just reminding you to stay calm when you encounter things like this in the future. You're only sequence 9, and it was your first time seeing something like this, a reaction like that is entirely normal. No need to apologize. Leal scratched his head, tone back to normal. By the way, that was very impressive, Ace. And with that many supernatural abilities, you're already at sequence 7, aren't you? Having dispensed those 2 words, Ace changed the subject. By the way, Leal, why do you think the potion comes with a spell like this? What is it meant to be used for? In combat, it's clearly useless. Anyone at the same sequence level could probably dispatch this thing in under a second. Outside combat, even with spells that can command animated dead, they can only follow very simple orders, not even useful for carrying cargo at the docks. Leal didn't fully agree. Maybe the potion just wants to emphasize how evil this pathway is. And what if some pathway's potion adds absolutely no combat power? In that case, wouldn't this spell become somewhat useful? Unlikely. The animated dead this spell creates can barely reliably take down a fit, clear-headed ordinary person. There's no way it could trouble an extraordinary who's advanced 2 or 3 times. While they were still discussing this, both of their intuitions suddenly registered something breaking, and the animated dead went completely still. Opening aura vision quickly, they found, unsurprisingly, that the deep black light around the body was rapidly fading, disappearing completely in moments. The black flame extinguished along with it. So the corpse's movement was entirely dependent on that unusual spiritual energy radiating the deep black light. Ace cleared away the remains while summing up. Which means if there were a way to affect spiritual energy, an animated dead's movement would very likely be impaired. Leal also murmured to himself, thinking aloud. Cleanup done, it was past 5 o'clock. The 2 headed back to Leal's home without further delay. Since the workday hadn't started, Ace had intended to use this time to make a wand from the forest sprite branch to speed up one of her spells. But she found that while the physical discomfort didn't affect her ability to cast spells or fight, it was disrupting her ability to concentrate on anything that required fine detail. This has been going on all day, what is happening with me? Finally taking the matter seriously, Ace attempted a divination. The result, she was in perfect health. Then what is this? Ace thought hard, and eventually landed on a possibility she'd overlooked. My period is coming. After the 7th silent repetition, she looked at the positive result in the mirror. Her face went completely dark. What in the does it have to be this thorough? Couldn't the potion have just skipped this one? If I'm getting periods, that means I can actually have children. Almost a month has passed, come to think of it. Ace had assumed she was adapting well to her new body. She now realized she'd been naive. She'd overlooked something this fundamental to a woman's life. What do I do? Aside from drinking hot water, I have no idea. She was genuinely panicking. The more pressing problem was that she had absolutely no idea how to even ask anyone for help. How do I explain to someone that I'm 24 years old and this is literally my first period? Her mind in complete disarray, Ace started pacing the room in agitated circles and couldn't land on any solution. After going round and round, the part of her that had become increasingly despairing couldn't help thinking. Should I just tell someone I was still a man a month ago? No, absolutely not. The more she thought, the more frantic she got. She finally just launched herself at the pillow on the bed, and went to work on it with her fists. This is all that stupid witch's fault. Stupid cult. Stupid evil god. Stupid gambling addict. And whoever brought me here, you absolute idiot, if I ever get the chance, I'll make every single one of you pay. Otherwise I'll become some greasy middle-aged man's kept woman. Calm down, calm down. After reducing the pillow to a sad state, Ace recognized that this kind of venting accomplished nothing. She attempted meditation to settle herself. This was, without question, the most difficult meditation session she'd had yet. After some unknown number of failed attempts, she finally entered the meditative state and brought her mind and body to temporary stillness. But every time her thoughts drifted toward the period problem, she would inevitably break out of meditation again. So all she could do was use it to empty her mind entirely, and wait until she could genuinely accept the reality of what was coming before allowing herself to think about what to do. Author's note: this chapter. No note from the author for this chapter. Then you should try the Sequence 6 schemer for the highest upgrade. Chapter 87, Pain That Won't Go Away. 1397 words. Just past 7 in the evening, Ace joined the Femi family around the dinner table. Before they'd gotten far, the couple noticed that tonight's Ace was unusually quiet, keeping her head low the entire time, eating bread in small bites. No intention of touching the side dishes, not a word to Leal. While certainly more elegant than her usual manner, the behavior was strange enough to concern them. Seeing his son still wrestling with a steak and completely oblivious to Ace's silence, Owen Femi had to ask himself, "Detective Fowl, is the food not to your liking this evening?" Ace answered with no energy, "It's nothing to do with the food. A personal matter." Ace's tone, clearly off, successfully drew Leal's attention away from the steak to her. "Ace, is something wrong?" "Something is very wrong." Ace's mind was already in enough turmoil, and a close friend asking like this made her say something she instantly regretted, "None of your business." Leal, feeling once again that he was being disliked, withdrew his gaze, and took out his feelings on the steak. Owen had been about to say more, but caught his wife's look and fell discreetly silent. Once dinner was mostly done, Mrs. Mia Dalton gestured for her husband and son to leave first. She sat down beside Ace and asked quietly, "Fowl, is your period coming?" Wait, this world uses that expression too. In context, Ace was confident the ruinish word Mrs. Dalton had used carried no other meaning. "You're so considerate it almost moves me," Mrs. Surprised as she was, Ace, who had been at a loss for how to even begin, immediately nodded and whispered back, "Normally it wouldn't show signs until next week. But something's been off since today. It's usually very punctual." Cooling down through meditation had let Ace recall that periods could come early. The hard part hadn't been finding a plausible reason to ask, it had been overcoming the embarrassment to say it out loud. Dalton gave a knowing nod, "I understand. Fowl, there's no need to feel awkward about it. For a woman, this is a normal physiological occurrence." "Dalton, I can assure you the reason I feel awkward is quite different from what you imagine." Listening to Mrs. Dalton's earnest counsel, Ace could say nothing and simply nodded while thinking otherwise. The truth was that learning the period was coming had renewed the discomfort, and the discomfort itself was what made Ace feel so wrong-footed. It had been nearly a month since she'd become a witch. Because a witch's persistent charm meant so little needed to be managed, she'd largely been living with a male mindset and habits, and without being around others much, that worked fine. Having long since forgotten what her old body had felt like, she rarely experienced strong disorientation. But the prospect of a period, something uniquely female, something entirely beyond her imagination, was a profoundly unfamiliar experience in a way that, say, going to the toilet crouching or some man's lascivious gaze wasn't. Severe enough that even just imagining herself talking to someone about it made her feel intensely awkward and strange. "Val, I'll have the maid bring you some sanitary pads in a bit. Tonight, perhaps you shouldn't stand watch, there's been no activity at all for the past 2 nights anyway. Maybe your period coming early has something to do with not sleeping properly," Dalton said sincerely. "That's absolutely not happening." Ace's head came up immediately, meeting Mrs. Dalton's eyes directly, shaking her head with conviction. "Please don't worry, Mrs. I'm a little physically uncomfortable, but it's not affecting anything important. And 2 quiet nights don't mean anything. I don't think this is the time to let up. An injury before didn't mean this time can't be worse. I've been paid, and I think I should see it through properly." Dalton looked at Ace's suddenly animated posture and after a moment said, "Since you feel so strongly, Val, just keep warm, and don't let yourself get chilled. I'll have something like brown sugar ginger tea prepared, let me know whenever you need it." What disappointed Ace was that the evening passed again without incident. The outlet she'd been half hoping for never appeared. The next day's situation was worse. When Ace used the washroom, her period arrived without ceremony. Thank goodness she'd been carrying a few sanitary pads in her pocket since the previous night, having had no idea when it was actually coming, or the situation would have been even more embarrassing. That afternoon, Leal looked at Ace sitting across from him, forehead furrowed, hand pressed to her abdomen, still insisting on coming to study ancient Hermes, and gently suggested, "Ace, maybe you should rest for these few days. Your brow hasn't relaxed once since I first saw you today. Are you really all right?" Leal's well-meaning words were exactly the wrong thing. At the mention, Ace immediately put her arms on the desk and started talking into them. "Leal, your mother lied to me. Brown sugar ginger tea, red date and brown sugar water, belly massage, warm water compresses, none of them are doing anything. It still hurts so much." Leal, looking at a pitiful Ace, couldn't think of what to say. The knowledge that had been poured into his brain certainly hadn't included how to handle this situation. So he attempted the only thing he could think of: distraction. "Perhaps it's because you're an extraordinary. Didn't my mother say the signs usually come 1 to 2 weeks in advance? Your situation, showing signs one day and then having it arrive the next, isn't normal either." Ace banged the desk in grievance, "But I can't work it out. I can't understand why the potion would affect something like this. What's the point?" In truth, the pain Ace felt wasn't anywhere near as dramatic as her performance suggested. It didn't affect normal movement at all. She felt confident that even if danger appeared right now, this discomfort wouldn't impede her from running. Honestly, a sudden leg cramp would have been more painful. The problem was that period cramps had an outsized presence in her life. Not a continuous pain but a cramping kind, arriving and departing in waves. Not strong, but specifically, relentlessly disruptive to her mood. Ace had already lost count of how many times she'd internally cursed the evil god, Primordial Witch, today. She used a substitute name in her head, naturally, Stupid God. She wasn't actually certain whether the period issue had anything to do with the evil god, but with her thoughts in complete disarray, she defaulted to blaming someone else. Better to attack than to self-doubt. After releasing some feelings on the desk, Ace acknowledged that Leal's point was valid. She stood and started for the door, saying, "I'll go rest for a bit then." Leal watched Ace leaving while clearly struggling to walk upright, and couldn't help stepping alongside her. "Do you need help?" Ace's reaction was far more forceful than he expected. She was out the door in 2 steps, with only "no" echoing behind her 3 times. Nobody warned me that women become completely different during their period. Ace hadn't told Leal the real reason she'd refused his help. Since the period had started, anyone whose first impression wasn't actively unpleasant to her now seemed somehow appealing. It was the primary reason she'd refused Leal's offer. She was afraid that close contact right now might make her lose control of her hands, ruining her reputation permanently. Fortunately, this mindset was still within normal parameters and could be managed with reason. I completely regret my choice. Why didn't I think of this back then? Being a woman is not easy. Lying on the guest room bed, Ace felt more regret about a single decision than she had at any other point in her life. Author's note, this chapter, Leal, your mother lied to me. Brown sugar ginger tea, red date and brown sugar water, belly massage, warm water compresses, none of them are doing anything. It still hurts so much. It's only been 1 month. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, A Gift and a Promise 1388 words but pain or no pain, it wasn't enough to stop Ace from earning money. It took considerable persuasion, but the instigator's gift for words and her reputation for keeping promises together convinced the Femi family to let her stand watch on the last night of the week. She earned the final £10. April 6, Monday. Approaching noon. Ace managed a smile and said her farewells to the Femi family. Mia, thank you for looking after me these past few days. I am at number 7 Burlingford Street, Joywood District. If whatever it was comes back to trouble you again, I'm very happy to help. Mia Dalton looked at her with genuine concern. Are you sure you won't wait until you're feeling better before you go, Ace? You really look like you're pushing yourself. Ace declined gently, please don't worry, Mrs. I'm only taking a carriage to a friend's place in the West District, it's nothing I can't manage. I already arranged it with her, and it's not as if this is some insurmountable difficulty. I really don't want to cancel on her. Seeing the mistress simply nod without further protest, Ace looked over at Leal, whose expression made his reluctance evident. You don't have to look that sorry to see me go. I'm not leaving Bicklund. And I've barely started on my ancient Hermes, once I'm better, I'll definitely be back. As she said it, she couldn't help patting Leal on the head. Leal didn't seem bothered by the gesture, only asked, what about after you've finished learning? Will you stop coming to see me? That actually made Ace smile, even in her current state, of course not. We're friends, whenever I have time, I won't mind coming by. And you have my address now. If you write, do you think I won't write back? Leal had no particular reaction to this. It was Mrs. Dalton beside him who found herself struggling to look at the scene with neutral eyes. It looked far too much like an older sister reassuring an unhappy younger brother. She suddenly felt her son's marital prospects might not be so easily resolved after all. Seeing Leal stay quiet, Ace lowered her voice toward him. By the way, you wanted to know my sequence, didn't you? The answer is 7. And 6 months ago, I was still sequence 9. Watching Leal's head come up in surprise, Ace added with a smile. What I can tell you is that it wasn't a coincidence, and it wasn't exceptional talent. Unfortunately, I made a promise to someone, so I can't tell you the details. Only one thing, become a true seer. Do that, and don't listen to any evil god's temptations. Then you don't need to worry about your potion bringing trouble to your family. Leal listened to her words, astonishment mingled with a thought drifting up. The warning the uncle who had provided the formula had offered him when he'd come of age, act freely, but do no harm. Watching Leal's expression grow thoughtful, Ace turned her gaze back to Mrs. Dalton and gave a small bow. I'll take my leave now, Mrs. Then she picked up her clothes in one hand, and walked to the Femi family's carriage without looking back, and directed the coachman toward the street where Zoe Freya lived. A pity, I swore an oath in front of a deity, so I can only say this much. Whether he understands is up to him. Ace leaned back in the carriage seat, and turned the thought over slowly. That way I'm not taking too much from him, hopefully. Ace wasn't someone who liked owing people things. Even as a witch now, she had no intention of changing that principle. About 10 minutes later, stepping out of the carriage, Ace suddenly remembered she'd forgotten to ask Mrs. Dalton to recommend her to others. My experience as a detective is still lacking. Should I have business cards made? She thought about it as she walked slowly toward Zoe's shop. Zoe was sweeping out front, having just seen off her last client. She liked to tidy up before making dinner, which left her free to rest until the afternoon's first appointment. Ugh, it hurts. Zoe, focused on her sweeping, suddenly heard a familiar voice, and looked up with an immediate smile, which immediately changed to alarm at Ace's limping gait. Ace, what happened? Did you hurt your foot? Ace stepped forward and threw her arms around Zoe, hanging off her as she started complaining. Zoe, my period not only came early, it's really painful. And nothing works to make it better. I can barely walk, and I really just want to cry. Ace's voice was naturally pleasant, carried with a genuinely aggrieved tone. It made her sound unbearably fragile and heartbreaking. Zoe's heart immediately softened at the hint of tears in her friend's voice. She instinctively did what her mother had always done, patted Ace gently on the back. It's all right. It's all right. Go ahead and cry if you need to, there's only the two of us here. Zoe, I suddenly feel so much regret about my choices. After just 2 sentences, Ace could feel tears welling in her eyes. Zoe, who knew exactly what period pain felt like, said nothing more and kept comforting steadily. Never mind that for now. Here, lean on me, let's get you upstairs to the bedroom first and lie down. All right. Sorry, Zoe. I promised to take you out to celebrate today. That doesn't matter. We can celebrate in a couple of days. Zoe guided Ace gently upstairs and into the bedroom. The two sat on the edge of the bed and held each other for a while. With Zoe's comfort and company, the worst of Ace's sense of grievance gradually eased. She didn't end up letting the tears fall after all. She sniffled once, pulled back from Zoe's arms and sat up straight. Sorry, Zoe. When I saw you, something just lost control for a moment. Zoe teased lightly, getting to see a miserable, pitiful, genuinely helpless Ace. I think I got quite a good deal out of this. You're laughing at me. Go on, get back to your work. Don't worry about me, other than some pain, I'm fine. Everything else is normal. Feeling her face growing warm, Ace immediately pushed Zoe toward the door. And then called after her, don't do anything special for lunch. I've tried quite a few foods for pain relief at the Femmies, none of them worked. Just leave me a small portion. I can't eat much right now. What was I doing just now? Left alone in the room, Ace, finding herself increasingly cringe as she replayed it, buried her face in the duvet, and wasn't going to come up for a long while. That evening, after washing up, Zoe came in wearing a plaid nightgown and looked at Ace, who had retreated early to bed with the duvet pulled over her face. She couldn't hold back a smile. Once she was in bed, Zoe leaned close, still hurting. Ace turned toward her and held on, still hurting. Let me rub your stomach, Zoe said, reaching over. A nasal murmur. After a while, Zoe asked. Ace, once you're better and properly back at work, will you stop staying here? Ace answered softly, obviously. I can't exactly meet clients here. And even if I don't take dangerous cases, that doesn't mean there's no risk at all. I've seen enough of unreasonable people. I've even heard of someone killing their own wife over a careless remark. That was definitely a Storm Church follower. But that means we'll see each other less. Zoe was first startled, then wistful. Nothing to be done about that. But I promise, at minimum, whenever your period comes, I'll be here to look after you. Until you find someone you actually like. Speaking of which, Zoe, if you ever meet a man you're not sure about, find me. I'll investigate whether he's trustworthy, free of charge. Then I'll say thank you in advance, great detective. Chapter 89, Problem Resolved. 13:45 words Wednesday morning. Ace woke feeling completely clear-headed and refreshed. The period that had accompanied her for 4 days had finally ended, taking its maddening cramps with it. But barely had the fully restored Ace registered her relief, when she remembered everything she'd done over the past 3 days. What was I doing this entire time? When did I become so skilled at being clingy, playing pitiful, seeking comfort, and demanding attention? She let out a sharp internal shriek, then pulled the duvet over her head and briefly became a hermit. At least her IQ hadn't dropped along with the personality regression. She'd only collapsed her composure in front of Zoe. She hadn't slipped up and said anything that would raise suspicions. After a short period of cringing, Ace forced herself out of bed and prepared to go out. Preparing to go out mainly meant putting on the black short leather jacket, a white shirt with lace trim at the collar, and a deep black ankle-length pleated skirt, an outfit Zoe had bought ready after their previous meeting, as congratulations on Ace earning her first significant sum. The moment she'd seen the outfit, Ace had started regretting the decision to go out and celebrate. Putting on a nightgown at home, and wearing a skirt to go out in public were two entirely different things. But a woman going somewhere enjoyable was naturally expected to dress up, that was axiomatic. Having overlooked this fact, Ace had no one to blame, and couldn't back out at the last minute. That woman had no good reason to have this all ready to go. Could she have been planning this all along? Ace suspected that the skirt fit perfectly for a reason. Zoe had been criticizing her fashion sense for a while now. Just as Ace was contemplating the inscrutability of women, Zoe pushed open the door carrying breakfast. Seeing the sharp, composed Ace, her pale blue eyes brightened, stunning. My taste really is impeccable. Ace, someone as tall as you is made for this kind of style. To borrow the great Emperor Russell's words, very cool. Now that I think about the famously converted emperor, I really can't help laughing. Ace pressed down the corners of her mouth and turned to look at Zoe. Today Zoe was in a pale blue low-neck lightweight sweater paired with a long emerald skirt, with only a strip of white visible at the neckline, the white shirt underneath. Against her cascade of golden hair, the color combination made Ace think of clear spring skies, white clouds, and green countryside. Ace said sincerely, "You look wonderful today, Zoe." But Zoe wasn't having it. She handed over the breakfast while commenting, "Look who's composed now." Personally, I preferred the clingy Ace from these past 2 days, she was much cuter. 2 dry laughs and Ace steered to another topic. "Zoe, what kind of performances do you think the West District Circus will have?" "You'll find out when we get there. Now hold still, and let me do your makeup properly first. Seriously, if anyone else ever wasted a complexion like yours, I would have already done something about it. At least let me finish eating first. Then stop talking." Since her income of £90 for the week was far too conspicuous for an ordinary private detective, and would definitely prompt Zoe to wonder if she was being kept by someone, especially given how many questions she'd been asking about Ace and Leal, Ace had simply reported £10 when asked. With that as the baseline, a £5 celebration budget didn't go very far. The entire morning involved a circus performance in the West District, a bit of shopping, and a lunch at a restaurant that came to just over £2, and the budget was spent. After saying goodbye to Zoe, Ace finally returned to her own house, which had gone without a resident for over a week. Removing a soft hat with a black fine mesh veil, she shook her head internally. I will never again make fun of women for being dramatic. Zoe had been making jokes at Ace's expense all morning over her behavior these past few days, and Ace had found no comeback until she threatened to do exactly the same to Zoe the next time her period came, at which point Zoe toned it down slightly. Back in her everyday work clothes, Ace first put away her first ever gift, then washed off the makeup Zoe had done and reapplied her own, transforming herself back into an ordinarily complected detective with a few freckles. When they'd gone out, Zoe had preferred to spend a few extra pence to have Ace wear the black soft hat that obscured the details of her face, rather than apply disguising makeup. So Ace had to redo it herself after coming home. Though she'd discreetly checked in on the Femi house once or twice over these days, and confirmed everything was fine, Ace checked the mailbox on her way out. Confirming no letters inside, Ace took a carriage to a quiet, inconspicuous little bar in the North District on the side closer to the East District, the Wagner Bar. This was where she met her Church of the Evernight Goddess Watcher contact. For anything not urgent, she just needed to find someone called Lucas Beckett here. The afternoon bar had almost no patrons, but Ace's entrance still caught the attention of a not particularly productive drunk. "Well, what a tall woman." The exclamation turned a few sparse heads, and Ace simultaneously spotted her previously met contact. But she didn't walk straight over. She settled at the bar and ordered a pint of southern ale, sipping it slowly. When the contact, a watcher in worn but unremarkable clothes, had idly finished what little remained in his glass and headed toward a billiards room, Ace waited a moment, then walked in the direction of an unoccupied room on the other side. She closed the door. Ace produced a compact mirror and used mirror jump. 2 or 3 seconds later, Beckett's intuition registered a disturbance. The figure of Ace, holding her deerstalker cap, materialized swiftly beside the mirror he'd deliberately left on the billiard table. "Meeting again, Miss Ace Fowl. Is something up?" Beckett offered a simple greeting. "Nothing major, mister, it's just that I recently came across 2 rather strange entities in the West District area. I'm a little concerned it might be cult-related, so I thought I'd mention it." Ace sat down in a nearby chair and described in detail the characteristics of the 2 black entities from the Femi house, leaving out, of course, the detail that they'd been causing trouble there in the first place. "That sounds like shadow creatures," Beckett replied, also a little uncertain. "What are those?" Beckett recalled what he knew and spoke slowly. "As you know, the spirit realm is the birthplace of many spiritual entities. Given the spirit realm's remarkable nature, spiritual entities with almost any imaginable ability can emerge from it. Shadow creatures are spirit realm entities closely tied to shadows. They can typically manipulate shadow forces and move between the spirit realm and the physical world through shadows. Recently a new cult organization appeared that seems capable of directing these shadow creatures, so the church introduced the term. That's the concept." Ace frowned. "So there may be cult activity in the West District?" Beckett analyzed from experience. "Ordinarily, yes. But since you already eliminated those 2 shadow creatures, they very likely abandoned the operation. This particular cult is unusually cautious to begin with, and even more so in Declund. For them, cutting losses the moment something unexpected happens is perfectly ordinary. So the Femi family should be safe. I'll write to Leo." Ace thought to herself. "Even so, to be safe, I'll notify the West District watchers to increase their attention. Regardless, thank you for bringing it to my attention, Miss Fowl." Chapter 90, Coincidences and Plans. 1403 words. Ace barely reacted to Lucas Beckett's thanks, just gave a small nod, and moved to what she actually wanted to ask. "By the way, Mr. Beckett, I've had a rough overview of the various cults from the Watchers, and none of them was described as being capable of directing shadow creatures. Where did this new one come from?" Beckett explained. "It's that same organization suspected of venerating truth and exploiting shadows. It's a new cult that only emerged after the war, so the church doesn't know much about them yet. We can't even confirm that this shadow creature directing ability is actually theirs, because in the limited encounters the church has had with them, there have also been cases of shadow creatures fleeing on their own, abandoning their handlers. So when briefing people like yourself, we just didn't mention something we couldn't confirm." "Them again?" Ace found that mildly odd. "That is a coincidence. If this time was also their doing, then this would be the 4th time I've indirectly crossed paths with them. The church had noted when introducing the Truth faction that the creature with legs broken by Ace in the outskirts of Burkov City, and the 2 gangs whose violent conflict Ace had provoked in Avignon, both had connections to the Truth faction. The witch from Moan who Ace had reported had also conducted transactions with the Truth faction. Beckett also gave her a reminder, "Then you should be careful. That group seems to be devoted to transporting some kind of important cargo. The church still hasn't confirmed what it is or where it's going, only that whatever it is, it's extremely dangerous." Ace nodded and Beckett concluded, "That said, Miss Fowl, this kind of intelligence isn't significant enough to count as a contribution on your end. Unless what follows proves this was the opening sign of something much larger." "That's not why I told you." Ace gave a perfectly unbothered nod. "I know that, mister. I came to tell you because I was a little concerned. I wasn't expecting credit for something this simple. That's all I had, so if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Seeing Beckett give no indication of having anything further, Ace stood, passed her hand over the billiard table's mirror, and about 3 seconds later, vanished just as abruptly as she'd appeared. A teleportation requiring contact with a mirror surface. Beckett, having watched every motion, was thoughtful. Then he picked up the mirror from the billiard table and muttered, "Quite a difficult informant to work with. I never expected, as a man, to find myself carrying a mirror around every day." Because Ace was simply too conspicuous, the two had agreed on this method of meeting. Being exposed as a church informant wasn't particularly dangerous, but it would make gathering intelligence harder. So the church and informants tended to take modest precautions about how they met. Back in the other room, Ace pocketed the compact mirror, and took a moment to think through her plans. The Femi's situation seemed safe now. She'd made contact with the extraordinary community and could source the materials she needed. She could begin practicing the witch's role. The Moan events were only a month behind her, but low-key forms of role-playing should be within reach. For a witch, a figure who played the villain in legends and stories, master of many dark arts, studying dark magic was likely one valid way to embody the role. Of course, Ace had absolutely no intention of using human subjects in the brutal, bloody way conventional dark magic experimentation demanded. And having refused the witch cult, many of the ritual magic arts built into the witch potion were inaccessible. She couldn't petition the primordial witch evil god to answer her rituals. So how effective this kind of role-playing would be was uncertain. Then there was the more immediate problem for someone without a stable income: money. Creating an animated dead was among the simplest of the witch's dark arts, requiring only common materials, but 3 wild rage herbs had still cost her £5. Her 6 months' rent could buy exactly 18 of them. Ace was now a Sequence 7 extraordinary, and if she kept running into cases involving supernatural power like the Femi families, she wouldn't need to worry about money. The problem was that in a world where extraordinaries were rare and the church was cracking down on cults, opportunities like that couldn't come every day. Getting one was already a stroke of luck. Why does every mage in every world end up poor? Ace sighed at the thought. Strictly speaking, witches weren't pure casters, even without spells. A witch still had impressive combat capability. And the most useful spells available were mirror spells, which required only a mirror as a material. If I want to earn faster, I really need to get into some kind of supernatural adjacent business. Going over the options, Ace couldn't help feeling that detective work didn't offer much financial future. For one thing, she had the Sequence 9 Hunter formula, and the Sequence 8 Provocateur formula in her hands right now. If she could sell them, she could bring in at least £600 immediately. Building that kind of sum through detective work would take a very long time. Of course, whether selling formulas or supernatural materials, the prerequisite was finding buyers willing to pay. Not every extraordinary had access to divination to verify a formula's authenticity. That was also why potion formulas rarely circulated widely in unaffiliated extraordinary circles. I'll take it slowly. Clearing the potion's influence and making money are both things that aren't urgent for me right now. But I should still push in that direction, not lie completely flat. With her thinking sorted out, Ace didn't linger. She left the bar and stopped on the way home for writing paper and stamps. Back at the house, she drafted a quick letter in a few minutes and shared what she'd learned from the church with Leal, attributing it to a friend's information rather than the church directly. She also took the opportunity to ask Leal to mention her services to his parents' acquaintances if any of them ran into trouble. And in keeping with her principles, she reminded Leal, citing a desire to avoid drawing unnecessary complications, not to mention her to anyone in the upper classes. With the letter stamped and sent, Ace, having been largely cooped up for 2 days, decided to head to the Bridgeway district in the southeast part of Biclun to explore and expand her range of operation. The Bridgeway district bordered the East District, the Southbridge district, and the Docklands, making it a crossroads of several areas, with the security problems that implied. It would be a good place to pick up a new revolver to improve her presence even without using supernatural abilities, and possibly to locate another extraordinary community. Maybe even indulge in the fantasy of some criminal, or evil extraordinary stumbling directly into her path. It wasn't late enough yet to head out immediately, though. So Ace decided to use the afternoon first to turn that forest sprite branch she'd paid £10 for into a proper witch's wand. A witch's wand was simple in function. It allowed the witch to skip 2 of the minimum 3 steps required to cast a spell, speeding up the process. Normally, concentrating spiritual energy, mentally tracing the corresponding symbolic glyph, and either vocalizing the ancient Hermes incantation, or using the appropriate casting material to release the spell each took time. Combat therefore made spells harder to use than innate abilities. The reason you couldn't skip all 3 steps was that having all 3 simultaneously present caused the spell to release automatically, so a wand could pre-prepare, at most 2 of them, but could not produce instantaneous casting. Author's note: this chapter of course, Ace had absolutely no intention of using human subjects in the brutal, bloody way conventional dark magic experimentation demanded. And having refused the witch cult, many of the ritual magic arts built into the witch potion were inaccessible. The hunter is a war pathway, seems like the adjacent pathway which going into the military might also be effective. Chapter 91, an image for rough territory. 1388 words. Ace settled into the chair in the upstairs study, propped her chin on one hand, thought for a while, and decided to use the wand to speed up mirror jump. The reason she wasn't enhancing the invisibility spell was simple. She didn't have the casting material, light drawing dust, yet. And the invisibility spell required light drawing dust to be scattered around the target during casting, which meant a wand couldn't substitute for that physical step anyway. By the same logic, the wand also couldn't substitute for the close contact with a mirror surface that mirror jump required, unless the wand itself could serve as a mirror. One more thing to note: not every reflective surface could serve as a medium for a witch's mirror magic. A surface too small, like the surface of an eye, or a tiny fragment of broken mirror, couldn't be used. Ace suspected that utilizing such tiny reflective surfaces probably required a higher sequence. She picked up the small paring knife and began carving symbolic glyphs and magical markers into the forest sprite branch she'd already trimmed into a slim rod. About 10 minutes later, as the last of the glyphs for mirror jump was completed, Ace felt every symbol she'd carved come alive, saturated and illuminated by the branch's own spiritual energy. The potion really is authoritative. It promised to turn me into a woman, not a single concession when it did. It promised I'd be a witch, and it skipped the entire apprenticeship for me. Ace murmured quietly, impressed at the first attempt success. She pulled a compact mirror from her pocket and gripped the new wand. In the next instant, her figure vanished from the study and appeared in the nearest washroom. The compact mirror she'd been holding clattered onto the desk. It worked. But when I have a mirror in my pocket and don't want the spell to trigger, I have to physically release the wand, otherwise mirror jump will activate on its own. Even if Ace chose not to select a target, mirror jump would still function and teleport her to some mirror at random. As a witch, carrying at least 3 mirror doubles at all times was standard. Looking at her reflection, she muttered, "This wand is a bit inflexible. Not useless, but not particularly convenient either. And every use draws on the material's spiritual energy. Once that's depleted, the wand can no longer spare me the concentration step. And since a forest sprite branch, rich in spiritual energy but containing no supernatural trait, would naturally dissipate that energy over time, the carved symbol's slowing dissipation couldn't stop it entirely. At most 5 months from now, the wand would be spiritually inert, useful only as kindling. No wonder that woman never bothered making herself a wand. Spend money on materials and then not use it, the whole investment goes to waste." After experiencing it firsthand, Ace had no recourse but to put the wand in her pocket and pick up the compact mirror she'd left on the study desk, then head out to the Bridgeway district. But since she'd need to visit places like bars and the East District, the current respectable outfit was a bit conspicuous for the purpose. So Ace stopped first at a cheap clothing shop in Joywood and spent £1.15 on 2 sets of inexpensive, visibly low-quality clothes and shoes. Turning herself into the image of a tall factory worker on perhaps £1 a week, and raising her shoe height another 4 centimeters, Ace slipped away from anyone's line of sight, and took a carriage from the Joywood East District border to the Bridgeway District. After a transfer, Ace, both face and clothes now suitably dusty, stepped out of the carriage. She glanced at the distant outline of Bicklund Bridge and began wandering the district. While a 185-centimeter woman in these clothes was a little incongruous, the era wasn't short of families that had started well and then rapidly fallen on hard times. A down-on-her-luck young woman appearing in the Bridgeway district was uncommon but not alarming. A down-on-her-luck young woman who happens to be a witch. That was the image Ace planned to project in areas with rougher security. The one problem was that this kind of implied backstory seemed to excite the district's less employed troublemakers. Ace had barely walked 2 minutes before a man considerably dirtier than herself stepped into her path. "Hey, gorgeous. Still looking for work? Why not come with me?" the man said, poorly concealing his excitement. He hadn't said it explicitly, but his unconcealed stare and the enthusiastic hand-rubbing left nothing to imagination. Ace looked at the man, who had never once made eye contact, and didn't bother with preamble. "If you want me to come with you, you'll need to offer me £10,000. Want to know why?" The man first looked pleased, then alarmed, then puzzled. Ace stepped forward and looked down at him, a man who was at most 175 centimeters, then delivered the attack without mercy. "If a man is tall and good-looking, I'd go with him for free. But for a filthy, short, ugly scoundrel like you with no money, you think anything less than £10,000 would be enough?" The man registered that Ace was insulting him as she finished. "You little," the word had barely left his mouth when Ace, moving at a speed he couldn't follow, kicked the back of his shin. This stopped whatever came next. The kick almost brought him to his knees, but before he could recover, Ace was already at his side and swept his feet out from under him, sending him sprawling forward. The man caught himself with both hands before his face hit the ground. And then Ace planted a foot on his back, completing the outcome. "Seems like restraining a man of ordinary build isn't difficult at my current strength." Ace assessed this while watching the man struggle. He struggled hard for a while and found that not only was this woman's one foot pressing down with extraordinary force, keeping him completely unable to get up, but she was also impossibly agile, right beside him, and yet somehow untouchable. Not going to lie, having someone under your foot is rather satisfying. After enjoying the spectacle for a suitable interval, Ace saw the man still showing no sign of begging for mercy, and increased the pressure before saying calmly, "Answer me one question, and I'll let you go. Where can I get a gun and ammunition around here?" Pain made the man struggle harder, but the unmovable foot eventually ground him down. "The Brave Men's Bar on Irongate Street. It's the biggest bar nearby, you'll definitely find what you're after there." The obvious nervousness in his voice was evident, but Ace hadn't really expected a man like this to know a reliable source for firearms. She simply needed a target to start with, so she let him go anyway. The humiliated man got up and thought very carefully, then ultimately couldn't summon the courage to go back and confront a woman who'd opened the conversation by asking where to acquire a gun. Back in a public carriage, Ace quickly reached Irongate Street. A few steps in, she saw a heavy black wooden door and a bouncer whose height approached hers even with her elevated shoes. "Is this an extraordinary? That tall?" It was genuinely the first time she'd encountered a man of roughly comparable build to what she remembered having. She couldn't help looking twice. The bouncer, who had been standing his post with full attention, looked back at Ace with equal surprise. "Hello, big fella. Can you get a gun inside this bar?" He shook his head promptly. "I don't know, I'm just on the door." Author's note, this chapter. Hello, big fella. Can you get a gun inside this bar? Isn't that a rather bold way to gather information? _Ed, she can't really do subtle anyway. Might as well be brazen, people will assume she's from the Hunter pathway, which lowers the chance they'll suspect she's a witch. Who not a March 3, 409 Chapter 92, Chapter 92, bold Ace 1331 words fair enough. Ace hadn't actually expected the bouncer to answer. It was less a serious inquiry than an old habit surfacing, saying hello to someone who was built like her old self. She pushed open the black wooden door and walked in. Seeing Ace lift the heavy door with no visible effort, the bouncer who had been about to offer help quietly withdrew. It was still some time before evening, so the bar was sparsely occupied. The staff, however, had already started preparing around the ring. Ace could hear the rats already scratching inside the crates lined up along its edge. Rat baiting is certainly popular here. Ace shook her head, mildly disappointed. She'd hoped the capital might offer something more imaginative. Ace's entrance inevitably drew everyone's eyes. She met the attention without flinching, scanned the room briefly, then raised her voice from a distance, "Barkeeper, a pint of southern ale." She'd done her best to keep her voice low and authoritative. But from the slightly odd looks drifting her way, the effort wasn't entirely convincing. Infuriating. I thought it sounded fine. How am I supposed to argue with anyone in this body? Ace kept her face composed and settled at the bar. The barkeeper studied this odd woman as he reached for a glass. Ace put the money down and asked directly, "I heard you can get a gun here." "Who do I ask?" The barkeeper's pouring paused. He looked at this bold, oddly dressed woman and his mouth twitched. "Ma'am, don't take other people's boasting seriously. We're just a small honest establishment. Nothing like that here. Why can't I find a single fool?" Ace leaned on the bar, chin on hand, and said pleasantly, "No need to worry, I just want something for self-defense. So there's really nothing here." As she spoke, she quietly activated the instigator's persuasion. The now receptive barkeeper found Ace's reasoning entirely sensible, and answered frankly, "Ma'am, you want to find Oldman, he usually comes in the evenings." The instigator ability really only earns its keep in moments like these. Ace nodded. "Any recent interesting news around here?" The barkeeper thought briefly, slid the ale across the counter, and shook his head. "Your drink, ma'am." "Nothing special lately. It's been fairly quiet for the past year or so." "Thank you." Ace moved away from the bar, found an unoccupied table, and sipped at the bitter, clean, refreshing southern ale at a measured pace. None of the sparse patrons seemed interested in causing trouble inside the brave men's bar. At most they whispered and stared. No one approached. A little disappointed, Ace finished her ale, and left to familiarize herself with the surrounding area, using the bar as a focal point. When she returned to a now noisy brave men's bar after dinner, she walked into a round of whistles. Her response, she simply pushed past the people in her way, mostly ignoring the crowd, and headed toward the bar. Any wandering hands that tried to take advantage of the moment found themselves firmly redirected. The barkeeper watched Ace's entrance, and the minor commotion trailing behind her, with visible conflict between alarm and bemusement. When Ace looked his way, he quickly pointed to a side room. "Oldman is in there." Ace turned and headed over, leaving the barkeeper contemplating the patrons behind her, who were variously trying to convince each other that the woman had simply been stronger than expected rather than that they were weak. She knocked on the partially open door. "The voice is awfully young for someone called Oldman." Ace pushed the door open with a note of puzzlement, and found not an elderly man at all, but a young man who looked even younger than Leal. Bright red eyes, a brown round-top hat, worn coat, a slight mustache. A composure that didn't quite fit his age. Ace closed the door and looked at this young man of university age. "You're Oldman?" Ian, who had been doing this for over 3 years, was unsurprised by Ace's reaction. He neither underestimated this woman, whose clothes were cheaper than his own, and whose face was no cleaner, nor showed any offense. "That's right. Good to meet you, ma'am. You can call me Ian. What do you need?" Ace, having decided to be deliberately overbearing, disregarded Ian's self-introduction entirely, and said with a note of skepticism, "Is that so? Then what do you sell, little brother?" Hearing this term of address, Ian's mid-lean to take a shot paused. He didn't bother correcting the obvious provocation, just quietly rolled his eyes behind Ace's line of sight and answered. "Weapons and information, primarily. Standard weapons only, of course." He lined up his shot, and sent a red ball cleanly into the pocket. "Spent a lot of time at this table." Ace pulled a chair beside the table and sat on the edge, looking at the few remaining balls on the surface. So can you get your older sister some explosives? I've been bored lately. Ian refused without hesitation. Ma'am, I'm only trying to make a living. I have no desire to provoke the police. If explosives are all you want, please see yourself out. Let's hope you weren't lying. Ace watched a ball drift to rest at her side from Ian's latest shot, then said, so that's too much of a challenge for little brother. Fine, a revolver and matching ammunition shouldn't be a problem. Ian gripped the cue and drew a breath. It wasn't entirely about Ace's tone and the address, mostly it was that Ace was clearly not going to vacate the spot he needed to shoot from. He was very much beginning to suspect she'd taken the particular position deliberately. 50 rounds plus my risk, £4 total. He quoted slightly above market, but not egregiously so. Facing this erratic woman, he hadn't dared push it too far. Ace immediately produced a £5 note. Ian checked its authenticity, then allowed himself a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth, impressed by her decisiveness. Give me a few minutes. Am I going to get a reputation here? Watching Ian leave the room, Ace looked at the cue beside her and felt a sudden curiosity about billiards. The reason she hadn't joined Ian was that she had absolutely no idea how to play. A short while later, Ian returned with a box, pushed open the door, and found the box and a £1 note sailing accurately toward him, while the balls on the table were the same count as before but in completely new positions. He finally, unable to contain himself, gave Ace a look. Then he put down the box and the note. Ace caught both casually, then continued without missing a beat, by the way, could you ask around about light drawing dust and wild rage herb for me? Those two things are also on my list. Ian was quiet for a moment, then answered, I've never heard of either of those. Ace stood, met Ian's eyes and said, which is why I'm asking you to ask around. Or would you like to tell me you've established yourself here at your age, working alone, as both an arms dealer and information broker? Ian hadn't expected this erratic woman to have such sharp situational awareness. He blinked before responding, I understand, ma'am. It will take a few days, though. Ace pocketed the £1 note, gave a nod and said, that's not a problem. And you can trust the payment won't be short. She opened the box, gave it a brief inspection to confirm both gun and ammunition were intact, then turned and left the room without further ceremony. Mission accomplished. Ian played billiards for a while longer before muttering to himself, completely rude. Author's note, this chapter completely rude. The local gang, completely rude. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, A crooked plan for making money. 1380 words. Doing something mildly terrible once in a while really does lift the spirits. Ace suppressed her laughter as she left the Brave Men's Bar. She'd initially chosen to act boldly because women working in these rougher areas tended to be strong and direct, especially women like herself, who had no real option of blending in. But after actually experiencing it, she had to admit, watching Ian want to hit her but not quite dare was satisfying. Even more satisfying was having the standing to be bold. Sequence 7 was already rare among unaffiliated extraordinaries, and a Sequence 7 which, one who effectively had several spare lives compared to most, was rarer still. Even a Sequence 6 extraordinary would find capturing a witch difficult, unless they were something like a pleasure witch with specific knowledge of witch capabilities and countermeasures. And this was Beclund. As a witch with no fear of attracting official extraordinaries, Ace felt confident that even a Sequence 5 extraordinary trying to kill her, unless they were themselves a Sequence 5 witch, would find her a difficult target to dispose of. And a Sequence 5 extraordinary was at minimum a Red Glove team captain. In an area this rough, an extraordinary of that caliber had no reason to be living in squalor. She stepped into the shadows, divined first that putting the newly acquired gun into a mirror wouldn't bring danger to Ian, then confirmed that Ian's earlier statement about not wanting to provoke the police had been sincere. Ian appears to be keeping to the rules so far. Ace used a spell to slide the rectangular gun case into a mirror slightly wider than the case, then walked toward the East District. Maybe she'd encounter a few people who weren't keeping to the rules and could make a little extra. She was now under the church's eyes. She couldn't pocket large sums of dirty money the way she once had. But the watchers presumably wouldn't mind her picking up a few pounds here and there to supplement her income. This time, luck didn't cooperate. The East District was also simply enormous, larger than two Moans combined. After an hour of searching one corner of it, Ace gave up and headed home. Bustling cities vary endlessly, but the lives of the poor are all the same. That was Ace's only thought as she left the East District. Passing the Brave Men's Bar on the way, she thought of the ongoing rat-baiting game inside and casually located the spot where they disposed of the dead rats. She didn't hesitate, froze several carcasses with ice, bundled them in the cheap gray jacket she was wearing, and took them along. Under cover of nightfall, Ace quietly returned to her own house without attracting attention. She didn't turn the lights on. She went directly to the basement and continued her witch's dark magic experiments with the rat carcasses and the last wild rage herb she still had. As she'd anticipated, creating a rat-animated dead required very little material. Just 1/3 of a single wild rage herb's worth of powder. When she placed 2 rat carcasses together and released the animation spell simultaneously, their partially transitioning spiritual energies began resonating with and merging into each other. One carcass succeeded in becoming a stronger animated dead while the other was stripped of all spiritual energy. And as one body rose, the wild rage herb powder on both bodies still had some left over. So this is why so many dark magic spells specify multiple corpses. Not only is the result better, the material cost actually decreases, because more resentment and unwillingness at death means the spiritual energy activates more readily. Thinking about it that way, battlefields and mass graves with a high density of death would naturally produce stronger than average undead that rise on their own, which makes complete sense. Ace was turning this over while gifting the charging animated dead rat with a black flame. But the more she thought, the more curious she became. Why did the dark magic arts in the witch potion all specify human subjects? Surely it could at least mention that animals were a viable substitute. Even if animal deaths produced less powerful emotion, less resentment and unwillingness, that shortfall could be compensated by quantity. And the risk of killing 10 people was incomparably greater than the risk of killing 20 animals. It's not as if any of these spells specifically require intelligent subjects. Unless it's just that using animals isn't considered sufficiently evil. That would be embarrassingly edgy. While disposing of the rat carcasses, Ace muttered in bafflement. The next day, 4 days having passed since the West District gathering, Ace ate breakfast and went to the West District. She spent a while catching up with her best friend, then headed to the Femi house and continued learning ancient Hermes and other foundational occult subjects from Leal. She then discovered with some amusement that the letter she'd sent Leal yesterday afternoon had still not arrived. The era's communication efficiency had given her an unexpected lesson. She simply repeated the contents in person. Since ancient Hermes was substantial, and most extraordinaries typically needed 4 or 5 months to master it, Ace, who was only doing advanced preparation, wasn't in any hurry. She drifted to other questions periodically. And since Ace herself had considerable spells and occult knowledge from the witch potion, the dynamic between them was less purely teacher and student, and more like 2 researchers with different areas of expertise discussing and learning from each other. After staying for lunch at the Femi house, Ace, feeling enriched, headed out to a different West District Queen's District border street for her second visit to the extraordinary gathering. The setup remained essentially the same as before. The organizer sat beside the board and said nothing. Attendants moved around conveying requests. Nothing on the board merited attention. After noting her request for light drawing dust, Ace began attempting to strike up conversation with other participants. She hadn't had the disposition for it last time. She quickly discovered that not everyone here was a seer. Many participants actually knew less than she did. 2 people had been studying a piece of parchment purportedly inscribed with a powerful spell for a long time, trying to figure out why it wasn't working, only to realize the spell's required casting material wasn't even listed. And there's no sign of the Emperor's diary this time. By the way, could I forge some of his diary entries and sell them? Bored from wandering, Ace had this sudden idea. The margins on extraordinary goods were excellent. A single page of the Emperor's diary fetched £5. Perhaps because Ace had been circling around too conspicuously, the gathering's silent organizer had already looked her way several times. She finally settled onto a sofa, and began seriously considering the forgery scheme. By 4 o'clock when the gathering ended, she'd come away with nothing. A typical outcome: there were fewer than 20 extraordinaries in attendance. Outside, boarding a carriage, Ace continued thinking about how to make the forged diary entries more convincing. She got out near Green Park, thinking to stop by and learn more from Leal, and maybe stay for dinner, and had barely taken a few steps when something felt off. Something was watching her. The sensation was fleeting, but Ace was certain it didn't belong to any of the ordinary people around her. Someone has me under surveillance. Alert immediately, she changed direction quietly and walked away from the Femi house. While walking, she produced a coin and, using the new method Leal had taught her, ran a quick divination. Someone is following me. After the 7th silent repetition, Ace tossed the coin and caught it cleanly. Heads up, yes. She was definitely being followed. Author's note: this chapter and a sequence 5 extraordinary, even among the red gloves, was at minimum a team captain. In an area this rough, an extraordinary of that caliber had no reason to be living in squalor. Is Grinder at sequence 3 by this point? Sharon digesting marionette should have been fast, right? Chapter 94, a strange attack. 1359 words. My action of fleeing ruin right now will face a lethal threat related to Tina Edith. While walking down the street, Ace performed another divination. The coin landed tails, meaning as long as she handled it correctly, there was no lethal danger. She exhaled slightly, and privately considered who might be following her. No sign of financial exposure. Could it be someone who saw me and got ideas, then felt quite confident I'd be an easy target? She didn't suspect her material purchases. Wild rage herb was a very common material, and light drawing dust, while less common, had other uses beyond the invisibility spell. Even Leal knew this, which was part of why she'd felt comfortable buying it openly. Whatever the source of the followers' confidence, Ace didn't hesitate. She made straight for the church. If this had been before, she would have tried to probe her pursuer's strength first. But having been through everything she had, she now defaulted to caution. If she were somehow outmaneuvered and the pursuer happened to be someone with objectionable intentions, Ace felt she might lose control on the spot and become a monster. Getting a period had already made her regret her choices for 4 days. This wasn't something to take lightly. She took the most populated route to the church. The pursuer's tracking was skilled. She rarely had the feeling of being watched. Without the divination, she might never have confirmed the tale at all. Throughout the journey she heard no unusual footsteps, indicating the person had at minimum the ability to silence their own movement. She reached the church without incident, and spent an hour there with eyes closed in apparent prayer. Should be gone by now. Someone purely motivated by attraction wouldn't have the patience for this. Ace left the church and headed back toward Joywood, and was surprised to find the divination telling her the tale was still on her. Is this a genuine obsessive? Or someone with a particular aim? Could it be that some witch cult follower is so thoroughly blinded by fantasies that they identified me as a witch purely based on my figure, not even my face? Whatever the case, with no sign of the pursuer giving up, Ace ran out of patience for evasion. The church had given her no formal identification, and her track record was only known in detail to the North District watchers. She couldn't summon a watcher in the West District. Her best option was to take the underground to the northeast portion of Joywood on her side of the Taysok River. Near the Holy Wind Cathedral, the Storm Church's Beclund headquarters, if anything unusual happened there, the punishment vessel's response time would certainly be faster than any West District watchers. And even if she couldn't handle the pursuer, escape would be easier. It was now early evening. Ace gradually drifted from the busier main roads toward less populated areas. Just as she turned into the shadow of a building, she suddenly had a premonition of danger. Ace instinctively began to dodge, and then found herself frozen mid-roll, as if someone had pressed pause. She had the sensation of being bound, but there was nothing around her. With her elevated intuition, Ace sensed the constraining force was coming from the shadows behind her, shadows that were suddenly moving like dark water. Exploiting the moment Ace was immobilized and briefly unable to act, a figure leaped out from the living shadows and lunged at her. The Ace frozen on the ground suddenly became a shattered piece of mirror, suspended upright above the floor. At its center, a patch of phantom black flame burned. The mirror double having freed her, Ace witnessed an extraordinarily disturbing sight. The man attacking her from behind had his upper body split open from skull to abdomen, as if he'd intended to swallow Ace whole by this method. The tearing, predictably, also destroyed the upper half of the hooded robe, exposing constantly writhing flesh at the split, but with no blood flowing. Since Ace had become a mirror, the man, moving unstoppably through the air, transformed bizarrely into writhing viscous flesh. The thick mass split around the center to avoid contact with the black flame still burning there. His shoes hit the ground first. The flesh, clothing, and the shattered mirror landed together shortly after. But the viscous mass behaved like water, rapidly seeping into the floor. At that moment, Ace sent a black flame streaking toward it. The targeted flesh caught immediately and burned in place on the ground. With aura vision quietly activated, she saw a large mass of fire-red spiritual energy moving rapidly beneath the surface, retreating away from her. As she picked up the small patch of flesh being burned by the black flame, the larger viscous mass reassembled into human form a short distance away. The spiritual energy, which had been entirely fire-red, shifted back as the body reformed to the mixed colors of an ordinary person's aura. Ace closed aura vision. The man who should have been naked was now wearing a peculiar flesh-colored robe, revealing a handsome face. As the man's vision returned, the first thing he saw was a black flame rising in Ace's palm, with a piece of his own flesh being consumed inside it. Ace's clear voice rang out. The man doubled over at the pain in his chest and lungs and began coughing. But after only one cough, his chest opened a hole on its own, flesh writhing to push out a sphere of tissue from the body. Before it reached the ground, the sphere cracked open from the internal black flame burning it, scattering fragments of heart and lung tissue across the floor. The chest sealed immediately. The man looked up at Ace with open hatred, voice hoarse. "You should be grateful you were fast enough to use the double. Otherwise I would have shown you what it means to beg for death. This person is remarkably difficult to kill." Ace looked at the man she'd never encountered before and calmly asked, "I'm not from the witch cult. Is this attack because of my supernatural pathway?" The man, who had already been dissolving back into shadows, solidified again at Ace's first sentence. He fixed her with black eyes and rasped, "How do you prove you haven't joined the witch cult?" Seeing her guess confirmed, Ace glanced at the half-destroyed hooded robe at her feet, an exact match to the one the gathering's organizer had worn. The shadow amalgamation. The man's strange physical transformation and ability to move through shadows fit perfectly with the church watchers' descriptions of shadow amalgamation members. The shadow amalgamation was a cult that worshipped an entity called the True Creator. Ace only knew that their supernatural pathway was formidable, members were volatile and prone to losing control, and could use shadow manipulation, blood and flesh magic, and certain methods to simultaneously employ multiple pathways abilities. Yet strangely, the church's attitude toward this organization, which by any measure seemed highly dangerous, was nearly neutral. So long as shadow amalgamation members showed no signs of causing trouble, they were monitored rather than apprehended. Reportedly because the organization had become considerably more restrained since the war. A strange justification, but that was what the watchers had told her. The man growled with displeasure, "Answer my question first." Ace remained unimpressed. "I can answer. But how do I know that after learning this, you won't tip off the witch cult to use them to get rid of me?" Author's note, this chapter yet strangely, the church's attitude toward this organization, which by any measure seemed highly dangerous, was nearly neutral. So long as shadow amalgamation members showed no signs of causing trouble, they were monitored rather than apprehended. Reportedly because the organization had become considerably more restrained since the war. Adam's mind came back. The sea of chaos receded, the pollution shut off, so the intelligent Adam retook the high ground. Chapter 95. Chapter 95. A strange member of the Shadow Amalgamation. 1472 words. The man's handsome face distorted at Ace's question, and he snarled in a near-furious low voice, "One of my kind was killed by a witch. I would never cooperate with them. Is your brain still a mass of flesh?" Ace looked at him in silence, then slowly backed out of the shadow patch, letting herself step into the last glow of the setting sun. Evidently, the man's undeniably genuine expression and tone hadn't dispelled her wariness. The man, watching Ace's clear retreat, let out a frustrated groan and pressed his fist to his temple before forcing his voice to something more controlled. "Witches can divine. Divine it and you'll know I'm not lying." As he spoke, he flicked a finger, which separated cleanly from his hand and dropped near Ace. Just a slow reaction time, apparently. Ace looked at what was clearly a divination medium, then first launched a black flame at it out of caution. The man's detached finger ignited under the black flame, and with a faint expansion, burst apart. The scattered flesh fell to the nearby ground. The explosive yield was underwhelming, to say the least. Ace looked back at the man and saw that the previously detached finger had already regrown. "The witch's curse hurts, though I suppose it's tolerable," the man said with unchanged expression, then muttered, "Devious witch. I call that caution." Ace looked at the faint pitting where the flesh had corroded the ground, saw the man making no move to throw another finger, and pointed at the residual flesh. "You want me to use this slop for divination?" The man gave Ace a "you must be an idiot" look. "Obviously." "Fine, no point arguing with someone this unhinged." If not for the man being transparently difficult to kill, Ace felt she might have already attacked again by now. She kept her attention on him while half-crouching and using ice to freeze some of the flesh, lifting it indirectly. Then she stepped backward while silently repeating, "The owner of this flesh told a deliberate lie just now." After the 7th repetition, Ace caught the tossed coin with peripheral vision while facing the border between light and shadow. The man urged impatiently, "The two of you must have been genuinely close." Ace glanced at the tails-facing coin and said simply, "I'm a Church of the Evernight Goddess informant." "How did you identify me as a witch?" The man studied her carefully for a moment, then let his expression go neutral and answered flatly, "Only a suspicion. At the gathering, I noticed your blood and skin tone didn't match. But since you'd already made me, I had no choice but to test it directly. That's why I had no reaction the first time I attended. This time I wandered closer to you a few times, didn't I?" Ace looked at the man with his now neutral composure, and couldn't quite keep her own voice neutral. "Just because of that one anomaly, you were prepared to make me wish I'd never been born." The man shook his head. "If you weren't a witch, I would have expelled you. Compared to them, I'm clearly still too subtle." Ace imagined being enclosed in this man's flesh and shuddered. She immediately used ice to freeze the divination medium flesh she'd been holding, and then invoked the curse again. In fact, a witch's curse didn't have to deliver the black flame exclusively through a medium. It was simply more effective because black flame was difficult for external forces to extinguish. The point was the transmission. Because the amount of flesh used as a medium this time was small, the delivered force was weak. The man's expression didn't shift even fractionally. He simply controlled the flesh to crush and dissolve the ice as he asked, "Since you know my organization's name, would you consider joining us and sharing devotion to our great creator?" This time Ace couldn't maintain even her expression. "Is this how you usually recruit?" The man looked at Ace's genuine shock and explained with serene sincerity, "This very morning, through hearkening to our creator's voice, I learned that the witch's invisibility spell requires light drawing dust. And you appeared again this afternoon. I had assumed this was our creator's sign that my moment for vengeance had come. But since you're not from the witch cult, clearly I've misread the message. Perhaps our creator's indication is that you can help me take revenge more effectively. So you're interpreting divine guidance through gut feeling and guesswork." Ace could not begin to grasp what was happening in this man's head. After a deep breath, she kept her voice as steady as she could manage, "And if I decline?" The man considered, then made a genuine effort at sincerity. "Then when you encounter information about the witch cult, you could write to me at number 23 Halton Street in the West District. I'd pay for that. You've decided I have nothing to do with the witch cult based on the divination, but I don't see you divining that. How are you this trusting? Ace didn't bring it up. She was afraid that if she did, the man would realize the oversight and start fighting again. So she only asked, why do you stay in Bicklund? With the current church crackdown, finding a witch here should be nearly impossible. Because our Creator has instructed it. We've kept a portion here to seek out and strike down the servants of those evil entities. This is more important than personal grievance. The man's tone shifted to zealous, then to contemptuous. Even though the 7 churches' efforts have made a real impact, they alone aren't enough. Even here in their capital, there must be remnants of those filthy rats, otherwise I wouldn't remain. I'm starting not to understand this world. Ace couldn't help rubbing her temples. This was profoundly strange. Is this why the church treats the shadow amalgamation differently? Ace looked at this man, who by any visual standard looked like a villain, and decided to offer one piece of advice. I'd suggest you exercise more caution when you do encounter a witch. Within the witch cult, I'd only be the weakest of new recruits. And from what I can observe, you don't seem to have any particularly good method for dealing with me. But the man clearly wasn't taking her words seriously. With our Creator guiding the way, I fear nothing. Danger and hardship are only tests from our Creator. As long as I remain sufficiently devoted, I will ultimately come through. Absolute fanatic. Time to go. Ace gave him a flat look. I have your address. If I do encounter anything, I'll write. Without another word, she turned and walked away quickly, unwilling to spend another second in this man's company. The man shook his head, his expression broadcasting the hopeless young. Then he dissolved back into shadow and disappeared. About 10 minutes later, the shadow in a corner reformed the man's silhouette. Still in that flesh-colored robe, he glanced around, then walked to where his clothes had fallen. The man crouched and simply removed his own head, placing it upright on the ground. His body, robe and all, then quickly dissolved into viscous flesh that sank into the clothing. The pile of fabric swelled as it absorbed the mass. This was how he rapidly dressed himself. He then picked up his head from the ground, brushed off the dust, and placed it back on his neck. Within a few breaths, head and neck had reconnected, indistinguishable from normal. The man smoothed out his clothes with a satisfied pat, and departed for good. On the other side, Ace, having confirmed the man wasn't following again, turned over what he'd said, and the more she thought about it, the more unusual his behavior seemed to her. Something behind those strange choices felt significant. What kind of evil presence could drive an organization like this, that by any measure shouldn't fit the description of a good actor, to abandon tolerance for its servants? The fact that something was clearly off here made Ace wonder, could the primary target of the church's intensive crackdown also be the evil entities this man kept mentioning? Author's note, this chapter the man crouched and simply removed his own head, placing it upright on the ground. His body, robe and all, then quickly dissolved into viscous flesh that sank into the clothing. The pile of fabric swelled as it absorbed the mass. This was how he rapidly dressed himself. He then picked up his head from the ground, brushed off the dust, and placed it back on his neck. The shadow amalgamation is still poor. Chapter 96. Chapter 96, Open for Business. 1401 words. Since the 5th era began, the gods, whose divine pronouncements had already become rare, had personally intervened in the war that started 2.5 years ago and ended 1.5 years ago, causing it to end abruptly. The 7 churches had begun the intensive crackdown on cults starting after that war. The shadow amalgamation had also become restrained after that war, and begun targeting the servants of so-called evil entities. Reportedly, many new cults had emerged after the war. The Truth faction, which Ace had indirectly crossed paths with several times, was among them, and was the only new cult she knew by name. Setting aside the post-war newcomers, every other hidden organization Ace knew by name had been founded at least a century or two ago. The more I think about it, the more I feel the divine war ran deeper than anyone knows. The winds of change are coming. The more she connected what the Shadow Amalgamation member had said to everything else, the more Ace had the feeling that something enormous was approaching. That was the only way to explain a cult beginning to combat evil. Could the four-nation equilibrium and seven-church coexistence, that has been stable for 1,353 years, be about to change? The more she thought, the more urgency she felt. If a period of great upheaval actually arrived, would sequence 7 or even sequence 6 be enough to keep herself safe? Focus on what's immediate. She shook her head, decided to stop spiraling. Right now, the most pressing thing was, if she didn't get back to the Femi house fast, she was going to miss dinner. That said, even though the divination said no one was following, she still looped through Joywood first as a precaution before doubling back through the Southbridge district on foot to the Femi house in the West district. It was approaching 6:30 by now. When the maid answered the door, Ace found that Leal's father was already home from work, sitting in the sitting room comforting an anxious Leal. "Leal, Detective Fowl has arrived." Before the maid had finished, Leal's question came first. "Ace, what happened? You said you'd be back before 4:30. Ace stepped into the sitting room to find Leal's face unmistakably unhappy. If not for the servants nearby, he might have been halfway across the room already. "I'm sorry, Leal. I ran into an unexpected situation, and it took a while." She apologized, then turned to Owen Femi. "Good evening, Mr. Owen, haven't seen you in a few days. Sorry to impose again." Owen shook his head with a laugh. "Don't say that, Detective Fowl. I'd far rather Leal bother you than come bother me. Mia says he started getting anxious when 5 o'clock came, and you still hadn't returned." Ace settled beside Leal and said quietly, I'm sorry. I ran into a difficult character, but I had the better of it and walked away clean. As long as you're not hurt." Leal said, understanding. Then he immediately pressed his advantage. "Can Ace stay tonight then? You only got halfway through the story of the brilliant son and the terrible father." "You're right, it's bad form to leave a story half-told." Ace had nothing pressing, and agreed without much resistance. After reassuring Leal, she caught Owen Femi watching and found herself recalling that Leal's father had been capable enough to have had the opportunity to become an extraordinary. He was a former Steam Church follower, which meant he'd probably at least seen copies of Russell the Great's journals, even if never the originals. Ace still hadn't forgotten her plan to forge the Emperor's diary and sell it, so she took the opportunity to ask, "By the way, Mr. Owen, I've recently developed some interest in the Russell the Great notebooks written in cipher. Do you know of any way to distinguish authentic copies from fakes in the market?" Though the question caught Owen off guard, he'd fielded too many unusual questions in his life to be more than briefly thrown. He settled quickly and replied, I don't have any real expertise in the cipher notebooks, Detective Fowl. But I can describe what the ones I've seen looked like, if that would help." "Even that would be useful, Mr. Thank you in advance." As Owen described what he remembered, Ace worked through the feasibility of the forgery plan in her mind, and the more she thought, the more appealing it seemed. For Ace, forging the Emperor's diary was a low-risk, reasonably rewarding proposition. The only downside was that buyers were unpredictable. But put alongside detective work, both had unstable income, yet a single page of the Emperor's diary could fetch £5, while finding a commission worth £5 was no simple thing. And the risk was considerably lower than detective work. Unless a buyer also happened to be able to read the diary, forging entries wouldn't easily expose the fact that she understood it. Even if another transmigrator, or someone deliberately tracking the orchestrator of her transmigration, learned she understood Chinese, Ace wasn't sure that was actually bad. The diary's been circulating for nearly 200 years already. As long as I don't flood the market, it should be fine. When Owen finished his description, Ace had made up her mind to act on the idea. Over dinner, after filling the gap she'd left in Leal's story, the two kept talking until 9:30 before each heading to bed. The next day, having stayed for one more breakfast at the Femi house, Ace returned to Joywood. With temporarily nothing else requiring her attention, she finally turned seriously to the detective career, and for now, that meant advertising. After spending a morning studying which papers Bicklund's residents actually read, Ace, not wanting her name in front of the upper classes, chose the Bicklund Daily, which catered primarily to the middle-class readership of the city's various districts. All editions were partly distributed by street-side paperboys, giving broad coverage and reasonable pricing, perfect for a detective like Ace who couldn't freely travel all over Bicklund. After paying £25, the same small corner of the Bicklund Daily would carry the same notice for the next month: Ace Fowl, a private detective skilled at handling all manner of affairs. Strictly confidential. Reasonable rates. Located at No. 7 Burlingford Street, Joywood District. After lunch, sitting at the desk in the upstairs study, Ace was inventing a piece of scandal for the Emperor to have committed. Don't blame me, Emperor. Your diary is simply too valuable. 5 or 6 pages would cover half a year's rent for me. She muttered this while her hand kept moving. Progress stalled quickly, though, because she simply knew too little about the Emperor. Setting down the pen, Ace suddenly thought. The advertisement is already out, so I should probably stay closer to home. Continuing chapter 96, a commission comes in. I should probably avoid going out too much, otherwise if it happens to arrive, and I'm not here, I'll lose the opportunity before I've built any reputation. In that case, I'll have most of my free time in the evenings. That means I could still visit the extraordinary gathering, just in the evening slot. Ace thought about this and felt the weight of productivity settling over her like a yoke. Come to think of it, I could also get a small dog to use as a cover, to make it less obvious that I can divine things, and to give me a better reason to collect divination media from clients. Ace wasn't normally interested in pets, but thinking of future commissions involving tracking missing people or objects, she concluded a dog would be genuinely useful. The issue is I'd have to learn how to train it. At minimum, it can't relieve itself all over the sitting room floor. How is it that the moment I start thinking seriously about work, there's suddenly so much to do? Author's note, this chapter, the issue is I'd have to learn how to train it. At minimum, it can't relieve itself all over the sitting room floor. A witch should really have a cat. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. A strange commission, 1422 words. Even though she could see plainly what a nuisance being an owner would be, Ace thought about the convenience a dog with a sharp nose would provide, and about the fact that she'd now have to spend considerable time at home waiting for clients. She decided to act on the idea the same day, went out, and came back less than 2 hours later with a healthy, ordinary breed corgi puppy she'd paid £4 for. On the way home, she held the 4-month-old pup in her arms and fed it treats from the pet shop as she commented, I would never have imagined just from looking at these adorable short legs that corgis were originally bred to herd cattle. Looking at the classic red and white coloring, thoroughly cute and compact, Ace found it genuinely difficult to picture this puppy, once grown, controlling a herd by barking and nipping at hooves. Back at the house, Ace went upstairs to her bedroom and set the little corgi down, put together a bed for it in the corner, then placed the puppy, which was cautiously nosing around the new environment, inside and gave it a piece of dried chicken to keep it occupied while it got used to the place. Stroking the small head with one hand, Ace murmured, What should I name you? A gambling addict is still a dog, after a fashion. So how about Big Idiot? No, actually you should be smarter than him. Let's call you Big One. That works, ha. Having registered that the puppy was female, Ace was still laughing at her own joke. Big One showed no objection to the name, which settled it. The following days, aside from going out to buy groceries and experimenting with cooking, Ace devoted her energy to Big One, playing with her, teaching her the all-important skill of going to the toilet in one designated spot, and preventing her from chewing up the furniture. At 4 months old, the puppy was at peak curiosity, wanting to bite everything, and also in the middle of teething. Left unsupervised without something appropriate to gnaw on, the furniture would suffer. 3 days later, the morning of April 13th, Ace was following Big One around after breakfast, watching her, without any prompting, slowly make her way to the washroom and produce a tidy offering. Well done, little one. 3 days and you've learned to use the toilet. Good thing I didn't call you big idiot after all. Ace said this while patting the small head approvingly. The position wasn't quite perfect yet, but that was a problem solved by a bucket of water, no use being too exacting. 2 short barks and then Big One was back to circling Ace's feet, occasionally giving her toes a gentle nip. That's not being a good dog, Big One. Ace scooped her up and headed for the ground floor, planning to open the door and collect the morning paper. Come to think of it, this is the 4th day. I should check in with Ian and see if he has anything. Big One's arrival had been keeping Ace home in the evenings all week, hard to slip out to the Brave Men's Bar with a puppy who still had no sense of security. She was halfway down the stairs when the front doorbell rang. A commission already? This fast? Somewhat surprised, Ace went to the door with the puppy in her arms. The person who had rung the bell was a woman with a decent figure. A wide-brimmed hat with a hanging black fine mesh veil obscured her face. Her dress was in deep, muted tones, deliberately understated. Good morning, ma'am. A pleasure to meet you and the thin fog on this fine street. The woman visibly relaxed and asked, confirming, "You're Detective Ace Fowl?" "Something's a little off." Ace nodded and stepped aside. "That's right. If you're not in a hurry, please come in. We can sit down and you can tell me about the commission." The woman silently entered the sitting room and sat on the sofa. "Would you like something to drink, ma'am?" Ace asked with a professional smile, puppy still in arms. The woman shook her head and removed her hat. Her face was young and thoroughly worried, but she made no move to speak. No missing person of importance then. Seeing the woman show no immediate signs of starting, Ace sat down on the opposite sofa and stroked Big One's ears while asking, "How should I address you, ma'am?" "Ah, sorry, Detective Fowl. My name is Bella Novak." Novak kept her head low and still showed no intent to continue. "What on earth? Did you get pregnant before marriage and you don't even know who the father is, and you want me to help find him?" Novak's silence was puzzling. Ace waited a moment longer, then broke it. "Miss Novak, what is it you'd like to commission me for?" Then she watched this woman wordlessly demonstrate the precise definition of wanting to say something and thinking better of it several times over before she finally gathered herself and said rapidly, "I want to hire you to make contact with my fiancé." "What kind of contact are we talking about here?" Ace stopped petting the dog and looked at the deflated Novak with a raised eyebrow. "Miss Novak, I'm not sure I understand what you mean." Novak kept her head low but at least kept talking this time. "Detective Fowl, here's the situation. My wedding with Callum Grant is approaching, but my friends have gradually been noticing that my fiancé seems to be having intimate contact with another woman. Strangely, when I hired a private detective to investigate his movements, everything appeared entirely normal. At times, when he was visibly at home on the balcony having a cigarette, my friends would be seeing him somewhere else, kissing an unfamiliar woman. At first I assumed my friends were simply mistaken, or playing a trick on me. But then it wasn't just one friend, multiple people had similar experiences. More importantly, I've started feeling that he's grown cold toward me, that he doesn't love me the way he used to." Novak continued, increasingly frantic, twisting her fingers. "I genuinely don't know what to do anymore. His movements are entirely normal. Yet my friends keep seeing him somewhere else. My parents notice no change in him whatsoever. But I can clearly feel he's not the same with me." Ace watched Novak gradually lose her voice and become unable to continue. She handed over a tissue and helped supply the rest. "So you came to the idea of hiring a female detective to make contact with him, to confirm whether all of this is real, or just something you've imagined?" "Thank you." Novak nodded and dabbed at the corner of her eye. "This really looks like pre-wedding anxiety and insecurity. Though in a world with supernatural power, one can't jump to that conclusion." Looking at Novak's somewhat unstable emotional state, Ace chose her words. "I understand what you're asking, Miss Novak. But I'm better at investigation, and if needed physical confrontation than at charming men." You've seen what I look like, your fiancé is unlikely to be interested in me. So I think a standard investigation would serve better. Since placing the advertisement, Ace had been keeping her disguise on at all times during the day, from finishing breakfast until going to bed, in case a client showed up. You don't need to worry about that, Detective Fowl. A little makeup to cover the freckles is all that's needed. My fiancé pays far more attention to figure than to face. He even told me openly that what he first noticed about me was that. Otherwise I wouldn't be bringing this to you. And I've already hired many detectives to investigate. I don't actually expect you to find anything surprising. But I don't want to do this. This is nothing like the detective career I envisioned. Ace frowned, about to say something more. I'm willing to offer £10, Detective Fowl. Author's note, this chapter Ace had realized that the puppy was female, and couldn't hold back a laugh. Since Big One had no objections, the name was settled. For a female dog, call her Lewinsky. Author reply to, I see what you mean. Understood. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. There's always a way. 1390 words. This isn't about the money. Ace very much wanted to say so immediately. But for a small detective, not even pausing at £10 would look suspicious. She deliberately drew a long breath, which prompted a disgruntled sound from the puppy in her arms, and unexpectedly, got a small smile out of the other side. Dejected Bella Novak. Novak looked at Ace awkwardly, setting the puppy down, and tried to ease the tension. She's a charming little corgi. Ace agreed, watching the small creature plant herself at her feet, and stare fixedly at the stranger. She cleared her throat and steered back. Miss Novak. Are you certain you want to do this? If your fiancé has nothing to hide, this kind of action could actually damage your relationship. And for this to work, he'd have to be convinced by my approach without becoming suspicious, which would necessarily take a significant amount of time. But aren't you already close to the wedding date? Novak was quiet for a long moment, then nodded with resolve. I am, Detective Fowl. Perhaps you don't know what this feels like. Right now, his coldness is more unbearable than straightforward violence would be. At least with violence, I'd know clearly that he was wrong. But faced with his coldness, I can't even find grounds to refuse being alone with him. My own parents would say I was being too sensitive. As for the time, you needn't worry about that. Even if it means divorce afterward, it doesn't matter. The goddess has already removed many risks for me, and my family leaves me without having to worry about many things. So she's also a woman of means. You really couldn't think of another way. Ace sighed inwardly, and grew more curious about what exactly was happening with this couple, enough to give a woman of means the idea of hiring someone to flirt with her own fiancé. I understand your resolve, Miss Novak. Though if he does prove to have a problem, what counts as sufficient evidence? A love poem he's written to me. A photograph of us kissing. Or you bringing someone along to catch us in the act. I can't just tell you myself, that would never be enough. Getting a photograph of anything incriminating in this era wasn't easy. Cameras were expensive, bulky, and required a flash when shooting, meaning a photographer couldn't afford a single mistake. Ace's string of questions brought Novak to a halt. After a long silence, she sighed. You're right, I was oversimplifying things, Detective Fowl. I apologize for my earlier presumption. As she spoke, Novak stood and bowed deeply. Seeing her going well past 45 degrees, Ace immediately stood and caught her by the shoulder before she went further. Please don't, Miss Novak. You've explained yourself very clearly, I won't take offense. Novak raised her head and looked at Ace's face for a moment, confirming that those crystalline, sapphire-like eyes held only the kind of calm that put people at ease. Your professionalism and integrity are admirable, Detective Fowl. I'm glad the other female detectives I approached proved unsatisfying. The texture feels different from when I do it myself. Ace withdrew her hands and took the opportunity to add, in that case, Miss Novak, would you trust me to try a conventional investigation first? I'd like to see whether it turns up anything useful. Novak, who had already been turning to leave, looked back at Ace's confident smile and wavered. Ace saw it and pressed, "What if it isn't just your imagination?" "All right, Detective Fowl, since you're so confident, I'll give you one chance." That last sentence landed, and Novak agreed immediately. Thank goodness that worked. Ace exhaled discreetly, and her smile became noticeably more genuine. "Then please tell me the details of the situation." "Of course, Detective Fowl. It goes like this." About 10 minutes later, Ace stepped out and watched Novak's carriage head toward the Hillston district before putting on her glasses and picking up Big One. "Come on then, little one. I'm taking you to the North District today. You tell me, if all of this isn't just her imagination, then the purpose behind it would be." The puppy was entirely captivated by the rich tapestry of sights and sounds on the street, and had zero interest in Ace's voice, which gradually dropped to almost nothing. Callum Grant and his fiancée both lived in the North District. His father hadn't survived the mental strain the war had brought, passing away just before it ended. With his mother long since gone as well, he'd inherited both parents' several properties, so even as a not particularly successful author, he had a comfortable income. Not enough to compare to Novak's family, who ran a small company selling smokeless coal and quality charcoal, but comfortable. After a carriage ride to the streets near Grant's neighborhood, Ace's unusual height and the charming puppy in her arms attracted considerable notice. But using the excuse of walking the dog and getting to know the area for detective work, the suddenly appearing Ace didn't raise suspicion from Grant himself. She even exchanged a few words with him in his usual café. Other than an impolite pair of eyes, this man with a fiancé didn't behave unusually. The whole morning produced nothing in the way of progress on the commission, but she did hand out a fair number of business cards and managed a small piece of self-promotion in the neighborhood. After lunch, acutely aware of how conspicuous she was, Ace returned to Joywood and silently resolved never to bring Big One on investigations again. The puppy was simply one more thing drawing stares. She couldn't actually substitute for Ace in detective work, so she was better left home. In the afternoon, Ace bought some large bones and a ball, and began attempting to accustom the puppy, who had clearly formed the habit of following wherever Ace went, to spending longer periods without her. Big One had only arrived 3 days ago, but Ace had done nothing but stay home and keep the puppy company since then. This meant that even now, it was only gaps of over 2 hours without seeing Ace that brought out any anxious behavior or furniture chewing. So after dinner, Ace left Big One in the ground floor sitting room, locked the doors to the dining room and kitchen, and headed out. Having stopped making a point of avoiding her neighbors since returning from Zoe's, Ace had now been around enough that the nearby residents at least knew her name and profession. "Out for an evening walk again, dear?" the white-haired old woman outside number 5 asked, looking puzzled as Ace stepped out. "Actually going to work, Grandma Roslyn. A new commission, first one in a while. Got to put in the effort." Ace smiled and explained, then disappeared around a corner that no one was watching. Once out of sight, she found a spot with no one around, produced the compact mirror from her pocket, and used a spell to step inside. Even a mirror far smaller than a person could still be entered by a witch using the same mirror jump. The method of entry was essentially identical to teleportation. Touch the magically opened mirror entrance, and in the blink of an eye, the witch would find herself inside. But only the witch who cast the spell could enter this way. Anything else that wanted to fit inside would have to be physically small enough to pass through the mirror's surface. Inside the mirror, Ace changed into the cheap clothes and put on the underarm holster with Ian's gun, then discarded the outer clothes into the larger mirror realm exit, one that clearly didn't match the compact mirror's dimensions, and stepped through herself. Another blink, and Ace appeared beside the compact mirror, while the deerstalker cap, coat, and other clothes fell to the ground around her. Author's note: this chapter, even a mirror far smaller than a person could still be entered by a witch using the same mirror jump. It's probably not quite as instantaneous as teleportation. Trying to go through gradually would leave you stuck in the middle. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. The consequences of being too popular. 1367 words. The occult really is remarkable. A door that looks completely different from either side depending on which way you're facing it. Ace muttered while gathering the fallen clothes. She folded them away, then applied the disguise and walked toward the Brave Men's Bar in the Bridgeway district. The bar after nightfall was its usual uproar, and Ace's arrival pushed the volume to a peak. "Tell me your name, big beautiful lady, hey sweetheart, care to dance up on the stage? I'll cover the whole night's tab. Can't you lot act with some civilization?" The proper form of address is, beautiful la dy. Whistles and catcalls came from every corner, sparking waves of shameless laughter. Ace hadn't expected to still provoke this reaction after several days away. Not that the surprise slowed her down. She took one look around the bar, planted her hands on her hips, and raised her voice, "Anyone brave enough to come say that to my face?" Whether because the night was still young, and there were few drunks, or because the Brave Men's Bar maintained a reasonable baseline of order, no one actually stepped forward to face this woman whose expression gave nothing away. The bar fell briefly quiet. Still, Ace could hear someone murmuring, with a voice that lovely, she could at least sing instead of fight. "You three, I'm filing those faces away for when I run into you outside." Having mentally noted the few voices she'd pinpointed in the crowd, Ace walked straight toward the bar. People quietly made way. The barkeeper looked at Ace and the commotion in her wake, set down the glass he was polishing, and offered a greeting, "Evening, ma'am. You've been good for business these past few days, I'll give you that. Then shouldn't you be cutting me in on some of that?" Ace pulled out a chair and sat. "If you're not sharing, I don't feel like drinking tonight. Is Oldman here?" The barkeeper, realizing too late that he'd opened a door he couldn't close, quickly changed direction, back room behind the billiard room. "Surely Ian isn't being harassed too." Ace stood and headed toward the back, puzzled by the barkeeper's lowered voice. She turned a corner, cutting off the line of sight, and knocked on the firmly closed door of room 2. No response after some time. She confirmed only one person inside, then knocked again, "Little brother." The door opened shortly. Ian's red eyes carried a note of resigned frustration. "Ma'am, could you just come through the back door from now on? I'd appreciate it. That should present no difficulty for you, I imagine. Has a lot of people been asking about you because of me? I think you underestimate the directness of the people who live around here, ma'am. They don't need much of a reason." Ace came in and closed the door. She found that the billiard table had only a few cards on one side, with a scattered layout of played cards in the middle. How does one play cards alone? She settled into a chair near the table and shrugged, "That one's on you for not telling me in advance." Ian rolled his eyes, sat down, and said, "Ma'am, I have news on the light drawing dust. But the seller only deals in person. Finally, a proper invisibility spell." Ace, who had been resting her chin on her hand uncomfortably, switched to propping up her cheek instead, and nodded, "Where's the meeting?" "Tomorrow evening, there's a gathering of extraordinaries nearby, he's a participant." Ian said half of it, and then smiled and fell silent. Seeing him play coy, Ace didn't play along. "Is one so enough, little brother?" Ian gritted his teeth, £2. Ace shrugged again, "So why not just say that outright?" "Fine, I'll give you £2 tomorrow. Anything interesting happening lately that might be worth money?" "Things that show up once in a few days, you'd never catch them in time even if you knew, ma'am," Ian said. Ace had only asked on a whim. She stood and said, "All right, that's settled. Show me the back door." Ian promptly led her out through the bar's back exit, then made a point of telling the person watching the door to bring Ace straight to him next time. After seeing Ace off, Ian went back to room 2 and sat down. Shortly after, an extra figure appeared opposite him in the chair, a slightly unkempt brown-haired man in a white shirt and black waistcoat, with a face that was rather pale. Ian, accustomed to this by now, took a small breath and asked, "That gentleman, shall we continue?" The man gave a small nod. Simultaneously, a set of cards appeared floating beside the table, and the card game, interrupted by Ace's arrival, resumed. Halfway through, the man suddenly spoke in a measured tone, "She was carrying 4 mirrors. Is that normal?" Ian thought about it and ultimately shook his head with resignation. I'm not a woman, I wouldn't know. On the other side, Ace, now out of the bar, was turning over whether to slip directly into Callum Grant's house to investigate, or to go home first and collect her clothes while checking on Big One. She ultimately decided she was more worried about the clothes stashed outside and the puppy at home. Home first. After retrieving the clothes from their hiding spot, Ace walked openly back to Burlingford Street. Miss Val, back from your walk. You might want to check on your dog, she was barking for a while not long ago. Something might have happened. A young man she'd greeted before but whose name she'd never caught spoke up again. Something wrong with the little one. Ace's eyebrows drew together. She dropped a quick thank you and jogged home. The moment she opened the door, she sensed something was wrong. Someone has been in my house. But then Big One, hearing the door, came trotting out in perfect health to greet her, which let Ace exhale. Has there been a break-in? Ace held Big One close to settle her while making a quick sweep of the house. The sweep confirmed nothing was missing. What stopped Ace in her tracks was a slip of paper on the bedroom floor, which hadn't been there before. My darling, you really do smell wonderful. Just lying on your bed and breathing in the scent that's uniquely yours, I nearly faint with happiness. I can only imagine how blissful I would be if you were lying beside me right now. Don't worry, I haven't taken anything. How could I risk upsetting a lady as beautiful as you? Don't be too frightened either, I haven't done any damage. How could I possibly make a woman as captivating as you cry? I only wanted to be a little closer to you, to leave the smallest trace of myself in your life. That's enough for me. I appear to have acquired an extremely unhinged admirer. Ace looked at the note with an expression she couldn't quite categorize. She looked over at her now disheveled bed, and noted that beyond the rumpled covers, some undergarments that had been neatly put away in the wardrobe were now on top of the bedding. Ace's brow furrowed. She produced a mirror immediately and began a divination, the man who entered my house tonight. After the 7th repetition, a scene formed in the mirror, a male figure, blurred to the point of barely being identifiable, only the general height discernible, stepping out of her room. And he has the ability to interfere with divination. Ace looked at the considerably indistinct result and made the assessment. Who could it be? Author's note, this chapter after seeing Ace off, Ian went back to room 2 and sat down. Shortly after, an extra figure appeared in the chair opposite, a slightly unkempt brown-haired man in a white shirt and black waistcoat. In the cycle, Merrick didn't reach sequence 3 because his condition wasn't stable. Chapter 100, a witch with nothing to fear 1598 words. I wonder what an ordinary woman extraordinary would make of this. Ace suddenly found herself curious. For her own part, aside from becoming alert, she wasn't particularly affected. She'd once had thoughts along the same lines herself, she'd just never acted on them the way this person had. If another witch encountered something like this, she'd probably be excited about it. She'd play the helpless victim, wait for the right moment, capture him, and then do terrible things to him at her leisure. Ace imagined the scenario and reflected, that would be extremely cruel. If I caught this person, the worst they'd face from me is just losing their life. This wasn't a figure of speech. She'd heard that watchers assigned to deal with her, a sequence 7 witch, had to come in pairs of 2 or more specifically because the concern was that one person might soften and compromise on principle. That gave her a perfectly clear picture of what fate awaited a lone extraordinary, who fell into the hands of the witch cult's fanatics. Selling you while making you count the money, would be getting off lightly. So should I play helpless, lure this one in, let him lower his guard, and then kill him? Ace couldn't help rubbing her hands together. She felt her heart beating a little faster. She'd turned down the commission to actively seduce someone this very morning, mostly because the era had nothing like a recording device, so she'd need actual material progress before she could hope to pocket the £10. But this situation was different. Even if this unhinged person was only a sequence 9 extraordinary, killing them would net her roughly £400 worth of sequence 9 supernatural traits, and a successful necromancy afterward could yield another £200 in potion formulas. The price she'd have to pay was simply acting like a helpless, pitiful, defenseless woman. No need for any meaningful real-world contact. The more she calculated it, the more appealing it looked. What was male dignity anyway? Was it worth £600? Especially given that she'd forfeited that claim the moment she became a witch. Ace gave her head a firm shake. What am I getting excited about? I know nothing about this person's actual situation. She swallowed and reminded herself sternly, don't treat someone else like a fool. At that moment, Big One butted her head against Ace's foot, and let out a soft, aggrieved whimper. The lingering unfamiliar scent in the room had evidently reminded her of the stranger who'd badly startled her earlier. Ace came back to herself. She picked up the puppy and carried her to the ground floor sofa. Still holding Big One, she tried a divination to determine how the intruder had entered. The result only confirmed that the person had appeared abruptly on the ground floor. The door lock shows no sign of forced entry. Some kind of special movement ability, or an unusual lockpicking method. Ace turned this over while finding herself increasingly suspicious of her current investigation target. The timing fit, the target's vicinity had produced unexplained phenomena, and the height matched her divination result. The probability of coincidence wasn't zero, but the man's suspicion seemed quite high. Ace suddenly bent down and brought her mouth close to the small dog's ear. Little one, do you think this lunatic knows I'm an extraordinary? Big One naturally had no answer to this. She simply turned her head and tried to lick Ace's face, only to be dodged cleanly. In the past few days I've barely used any supernatural abilities, except tonight. But I didn't notice anyone following me tonight, so the probability of being seen is low. The thought brightened her eyes. Though it needs verification, it seems like I might actually have a real opportunity here. In which case, what would a perfectly ordinary, non-extraordinary small-time detective do upon discovering an unhinged man had been in her house? Ace looked at Big One, who had given up on licking her face, and was now trying to scale her torso, and felt inspiration arrive. Little one, tonight you're sleeping in the bathtub taking a bath. And then staying in bed with me. Honestly, dealing with a lunatic like this, sleeping alone really just doesn't feel safe. Her performance instincts suddenly blazing, Ace got to work. She first covered everything in the house that could see outside with something to block the view, then ran a warm bath for Big One. Once the puppy was dry, she combed out her fur carefully to minimize the amount of dog hair that would end up in the bedding. Then Ace took her own quick bath. With all that done, once Big One began showing signs of drowsiness, Ace pulled the puppy into bed with her and wrapped the duvet tightly around them both. Looking at the small head now barely visible above the covers, eyes drooping toward sleep, Ace was suddenly struck by a new concern. Little one, if this lunatic finds out about your sleeping arrangements, do you think he might get jealous enough to come after you? As for herself, Ace was genuinely not worried. A witch who didn't substantially increase her physical strength was probably among the more physically delicate varieties at the same sequence, but she was absolutely not the kind who could simply be pushed over, unless the witch herself was willing. Black flame and ice both required no action to deploy, which meant a witch was not someone to be casually approached. Unless someone had a way to nullify a witch's abilities outright, or render the witch unconscious. And a witch's intuition was sharp. Attempting a covert approach in territory a witch knew well, while she slept, was very difficult, even while she was asleep. This was a significant reason Ace had rarely felt vulnerable the way ordinary women did, even after becoming a witch. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Ace was woken by a small, wet tongue. She pushed the puppy aside, got up immediately, and went to check whether the unhinged gentleman had left her any new developments. He hadn't disappointed. When Ace came out of the bedroom in her nightgown, hair still slightly disheveled, she immediately spotted a breakfast tray on the sitting room sofa. She went over. Predictably, a small card decorated with hand-drawn hearts sat beside the food. Surprised, my darling. A breakfast made with love, just for you. Your sleeping face is so peaceful, so adorable, I desperately wanted to steal a kiss while you lay there dreaming. You needn't worry, I took nothing. How could I risk making a beautiful woman like you angry? And don't be frightened, I caused no damage. How could I possibly make a woman as enchanting as you cry? I only wanted to be a little closer. Go ahead and try entering the bedroom, coward. Ace curled her lip. She put no stock in the second half of the note. If he'd actually seen her without makeup, he'd inevitably have mentioned it. She went to the kitchen first and confirmed no sign of use. Reassured, Ace washed up, applied her disguise makeup, and did one more sweep of the house. Nothing else had been left. The door lock was equally undisturbed. So his voyeuristic abilities are ordinary. But he's not completely lacking in caution, at least. The reason she said this was that normally, Ace should have sensed something was wrong the moment the intruder entered. He'd escaped her notice, which meant he had been careful enough to use his abilities to interfere with divination before slipping in. Ace had once used magic mirror interference to delay an assassin's premonition of danger. Since sneaking into the house wouldn't immediately threaten Ace's life, she hadn't received a delayed warning, she'd simply never noticed the intrusion at all. A measure of caution like that would be unnecessary against an ordinary person, which meant either the intruder had already known Ace was an extraordinary, or he was simply quite cautious by nature. But his continued decision to come in and leave the breakfast meant he didn't believe Ace was an extraordinary, otherwise he'd have changed his approach. These tactics would have considerably less impact on a woman extraordinary than on an ordinary woman. But if he's this cautious, how do I get this 600-pound fish to take the bait? Ace attempted another divination while thinking. The result was roughly the same as last night. Seeing divination wasn't going to help much, she concluded she'd have to rely on tempting him into making a move. First, play the role of how an ordinary female detective ought to react. But then, should I let this lunatic get a look at what I actually look like? The thought made the corner of her mouth curl upward. Author's note, this chapter, even if this unhinged person was only a sequence 9 extraordinary, killing them would net her roughly 400 pounds worth of sequence 9 supernatural traits, and a successful necromancy afterward could yield another 200 pounds in potion formulas. The price she'd have to pay was simply acting like a helpless, pitiful, defenseless woman. What if the divination phrasing was off and it's not a man? And which sequence 9 would already have anti-divination abilities? Shandong, July 3, 2015. 2 likes. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.